We're approaching industry differently than we have in the past.
It's military and the private sector, all of us working together to build a better future.
AFWERX has grown from a visionary startup to an innovative ecosystem.
Innovation is in our DNA. We can all contribute to make our Air Force better. And that's something that AFWERX really represents.
You know, traditionally the idea is the Air Force, DoD brings money and we buy something, and that's our value proposition. I think we have a different approach here with AFWERX, where we have a partnership so that it's not several years of maturing technology, but together you're creating that market at the same time that you're creating the technology. AFWERX should be a fantastic partner to anyone who is interested in contributing to the national security of our country, of creating great things.
Of last year, we weren't even developing or making helmets.
Now we're ready to fly them.
To go through a process where it's very open for contracting, to leverage OTAs and other vehicles to quickly get in, that's just a huge benefit to a small company like ours.
This cross-pollination that happens with our Sparks, I think it just opens the aperture of possibilities.
Allow airmen to be entrepreneurs, celebrate our innovation heroes, and just make it a more innovative force for all of us.
We've had over 15,000 airmen join. There have been over 2,500 ideas, and airmen are turning their ideas into real projects.
The Spark team is there for the airmen, using tools like IdeaScale to try and elevate solutions for airmen.
Spark is for everyone in the Air Force and Space Force, regardless of your rank, whether you're active duty, reserves, or a guardsman like me. You just have to be willing to try. And we have a large network of innovators across the U.S. and abroad who are here to help. It's the talent and passion of our service members that is the key to drive innovation within our Air Force and Space Force.
It's so rewarding when you get airmen coming into AFWERX Vegas. We show them that what they're trying to do is possible.
That's the creation of a market. That is that commercialization that takes good ideas for them, turns it into revenue, for us, turns it into capability.
And we can't do it without you.
Air Force Ventures, or AFWERX, is the commercial investment arm of the Department of the Air Force.
For us, it's about the development of the technology. So the one big difference I like to tell companies is that we don't fund the company, we fund the project or the program. We want corporate growth, but we do it to scale the technology from an early stage idea into a later stage product that we can buy.
AFWERX is that open door to those non-traditional commercial innovators that are out there, and the ability to bring those commercial innovators into our Department of the Air Force to help create solutions.
AFWERX has a variety of tools that we use to bring commercial technology into the department.
Because we don't say yes to a specific idea, it doesn't mean you shouldn't pitch a new idea.
But we're also personally invested in these programs. We're personally invested in the Air Force.
You're going to see airmen in flying cars in the next year. People are doing manned flight tests in their backyard. That's just different.
Bottom line, AFWERX is really about thinking of commercial innovation itself as a battlefield that the military has to treat seriously.
Specifically, Agility Prime is about taking an exciting new technology of electric vertical takeoff and landing and helping us fly orbs into a new era of aerospace. And that's the first one off the bat.
We can all contribute to make our Air Force better.
In our world, we don't have to have everything completely planned out to know exactly how it's going to end. Let's try it and see where it goes.
You have an idea or a concept in industry, and you want to pitch the Air Force on how that idea can impact our missions, can make national defense stronger, better. We are the place for you to come pitch your idea.
We really want to empower that entrepreneur out there to get on the AFWERX team. We want to get on the entrepreneurs team. Again, that partnership, that teamwork, that is what we are trying to create.
Showing people that they can have an effect on the missions and the people around them is probably one of our most compelling value statements.
welcome to day 5. Thanks for joining us. We hope you've enjoyed the 20 hours of programming about everything AFWERX and the extended family over the course of this week. We have another action-packed day. Just as a reminder, on AFWERX.com, you can, of course, watch this live stream. We will be doing breakouts today, direct live interactive engagements. It'll all be from AFWERX.com. Of course, please join in the YouTube chat. And don't forget, we have a Slack channel with almost 2,000 people participating in our wider AFWERX community. So please join that as well. But to kick off today and take us through finishing the week, Colonel Nathan Dillard, the leader of AFWERX. Colonel?
Yes, hello, and thanks so much, Brandon. It has been a fantastic week for this AFWERX Accelerate event, a good opportunity for us to see kind of the strategic message from our senior leaders to talk through this development of new technologies with non-traditional players, with AF Ventures, then be able to see the innovators that are there in Spark, looking across our air and our space force to drive that innovation, creating those networks of innovators. Yesterday, then you got to see Agility Prime in the morning, some progress that we've made in that. And then yesterday afternoon, late, you got to see how we are starting to think about that framework for Prime as we look at our future primes. And now this morning, we're back for a discussion and a design session specifically on those 6 different Prime programs, helping us understand what is the proper scoping. Are we looking at the right subset? Clearly, what we've given you is a broad spectrum of things. We need to drive down the precision on where the Department of the Air Force might be able to help that particular technology sector. So we'll spend the time this morning doing that. We have some fantastic speakers on both sides of that design event. And then in our closing session this afternoon, we'll have Dr. Will Roper with us as we talk through the opening of some of our new AFWERX hubs, being able to reach out to those key locations necessary for our innovation going forward, as well as the potential of announcing a prime, a new prime, the next prime for 2021. And then we'll close with our Secretary of the Air Force and having her talk through specifically with some of our innovators on the edge, what it was like in their innovation experience. And we'll close out, what are you going to do in 2021? So with that, I am thrilled to have here on this last day with us Brigadier General Heather Pringle, the commander of AFRL, who's been such a fantastic host to us as we have joined the family over the last few months and really given us the energy that we need to move forward. General Pringle, ma'am, thanks for joining us again. Love to get your impressions on the week and some of the thoughts going forward.
Hey, thanks, Nate. And it's great to be back. What an exciting week it has been. As you mentioned, all the great things going on with the Space Force, the announcement of the SpaceWorks, and all the great work that's going on there. It's great to see our airmen and our space professionals get excited about the work that they're doing and innovation. And of course, with the groundbreaking and the ribbon cutting yesterday for Agility Prime, it's been a jam-packed, exciting week. And I just love what you and the team are doing, Nate. And so I really wanted to say and acknowledge all the hard work that you and your team have done behind the scenes to make this week possible. Between you and Brandon, the entire AFWERX team, and what a star-studded lineup of guest speakers, and the number of participants across industry, across academia, and the audience that have been just phenomenal with their contributions and then their chats and their ideas. And so it's been a phenomenal week, and what a great way to close a very challenging year in 2020. I have to say, I'm really looking forward to 2021, a brighter year ahead. And for my New Year's resolution, I haven't quite said it yet, but what I'm really hoping that this week generates in our audience watching today is a desire and an excitement to partner with AFWERX and to help us formulate those new ideas. This afternoon's workshops on space and energy, microelectronics, autonomy, digital gaming, and supersonic travel. The world's our oyster. And so this Design a Prime workshop is really exciting. And I really can't wait to hear what the team comes up with. So what my resolution, I guess, will be something more along the lines of aligning the energy and excitement and, frankly, the sense of urgency around the opportunities that are out there and really bringing this to bear for our warfighters, for our airspace and cyberspace forces, and to continue pushing the boundaries and continue to partner and ensure that the AFWERX mission, the military mission is successful. So I really think the team's done a phenomenal job of laying the groundwork this week. I think today is going to be as exciting and will produce a lot of great ideas. And then it's up to us afterward to make sure that we're partnered together on a brighter 2021. And of course, as we get through this holiday season, we'll be wishing all of you a healthy, happy, and safe holidays. Of course, us in the military, we're thinking of our men and women who are deployed overseas and their families who are sacrificing at home and making a difference so that our country stays safe and continues to have the freedoms that we enjoy today. So again, Nate, wonderful job, wonderful week. And I know today is going to be the capstone for it all. So thank you so much for everything, and back over to you.
Super. Thank you, General Pringle. Thanks to all of AFRL and AFMC. We'll go ahead and launch into our first speaker this morning. He comes from a fantastic joint background and was then from his time doing modeling and simulation eventually brought over as a DARPA program manager. While he was at DARPA, he led an exciting program thinking about how to provide this modeling and simulation, helping us understand what it might look like in different scenarios that we might find ourselves in into the future. Recently, though, he was moved over to the Air Force, luckily for this Department of the Air Force, and then just very recently designated as the Chief of Digital Engineering. He is responsible for the Department of the Air Force's ability to harness digital and model-based tools across the lifecycle functions for competitive speed and agility. Huge priority for our Department of the Air Force. Mr. Tempolsky, welcome you to come on to this virtual stage and tell us a little bit about the role that you're playing right now, that critical role, and that I think will provide some interesting background for us as we start to think about this Design a Prime this morning. Sir, if you can go ahead and come on screen here.
All right, well, Nate, I'm not going to be able to come on screen, but hopefully you could hear me. Unfortunately, I'm in a location where we're not allowed to have our cameras on. That's what we're going to have to work through in today's world. But right off the bat, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, General Pringle, Colonel Diller, Nate, thanks for allowing me to be part of this event. I know there's a lot of people out there. For those of you who don't know me, that's understandable. I came on board back in May of this year as the Department of the Air Force's Chief Modeling and Simulation Officer, or CIMSO. And under that role, I'm charged with building a cohesive M&S enterprise. And this enterprise really is serving as one of the foundations for the DAF digital transformation. A couple months ago, I started to interact with Dr. Roper, and I learned about his vision for new digital acquisition reality. And I think you guys have been hearing a little bit about this. You can hear a little bit more later on today. So I started working with him, Nick Chilian, he's the Chief Software Officer, Preston Dunlap, who is the Chief Architect, on turning that vision into a reality. And honestly, if you read Take the Red Pill, I'm thinking you'll get a good understanding of what that means. And then if you follow it up by reading the Chief's memo, that just went out a couple weeks ago, you're going to get good understanding of the roles and responsibility of the three chiefs, and how I ended up with being dual-hatted as the chief of digital engineering as well. What does that mean to this audience? It's really that not only does my portfolio include the implementation of enterprise-level modeling and simulation, standards, interfaces, and investment strategies for the DAF. As the chief of digital engineering, I'm also in charge of governance reference architectures, culture, training, tools, MBSE or model-based systems engineering, and the digital thread and twin. Now that digital thread is how we're going to really stitch all these models and architectures together. But really, if we boil everything down that I was talking about, what I'm really charged with is figuring out how to modernize and make things interoperable with the DAF digitally. I think everyone out there understands and knows that modeling and simulation and digital engineering are intertwined. And under this new construct, and for many of the use cases, going digital means embracing M&S and digital engineering philosophies and approaches to get us to that integrated environment. Of course, I look at this and I sit there and I talk to Nate and literally everyone else. We can't do this without relying on the other chiefs or my colleagues in data, software, and architecture, and understanding really the unique needs of Space Force as well. I'm also recognizing, we can't do this without involving academia, really in the commercial sector. It's going to take all of us working together to implement our technologies across the Air and Space Force and bring them into that, into the ability of using digital engineering, agile software, or open architectures. As I mentioned, my job is really to be your acquisition enterprise lead for the tools, standards, reference architectures, and environments that are needed to implement the tech stack and to enable digital engineering and management across lifecycle activities. How I'm doing that is I'm working with AFMC and SSC on defining the necessary infrastructure and tools needed to help programs with their digital engineering strategy. I'm also working with Nick and Preston on figuring out what is needed to be in our cloud and how do we transport that information around and the data around on our architects networks, and what the management piece and orchestration piece of the cloud looks like. This way we can have that authoritative aspects of a DevSecOps environment and ensure seamless integration. We're also moving forward to try to figure out the who, the what, and how we can accomplish that. We have to be able to get our federates across the wire talking at speeds of anywhere from 3 to 5 microseconds while figuring out what kind of data they need to interface. We also need to understand how can we get our architectures and tech stacks out to you, our performers, so we can build that digital thread and stitches us all together while tackling our multi-level security problems of various different domains and classification levels. Another high priority in my office really is addressing that entire system lifecycle as Nate was talking about. For example, we have pathfinders that are looking into the augmented virtual wearable technology with the intention of getting our aircrew and maintenance technicians trained up at a faster clip. However, we're doing this as an enterprise approach, and we're working with AFL CMC Simulators Division and starting to figure out those standards as well, but we're certainly going to need to reach out to those who are working and developing out the capabilities in the commercial sector. There's definitely a lot more for me to discuss, but I tend to go a little bit long, and I'm thinking I'm getting a little short on time, so I'm going to end with I'm energized with what Colonel Diller is doing, and we'll be enhancing my collaboration with him in order to build upon his and AFWERX and now SpaceWorks' experience and successes and find new opportunities to accelerate those initiatives I just spent some time talking about, as well exploring new solutions. As I mentioned, we can't do this without reaching out to you in collaboration. And as the Chief Digital Engineer and the Chief Modeling and Simulation Officer, I'm looking forward to engaging on more detailed conversations. With that, I think I'm going to leave the stage, and thanks again for the opportunity. Nate?
Super. Thanks so much, Mr. Tempolsky. As you can see, this is clearly a major priority for us in the Department of the Air Force. And really, you can see the breadth of scope that Mr. Tempolsky has, taking down at the digital engineering level, all the way up to that modeling and simulation, looking at that gaining and that full spectrum. How do we create that digital truth data that provides us the ability to do different iterations of the future? Imagine what the different futures can look like. Design what those different futures can look like. Design what those different components look like. And as we think about that design and we think about that gaming, certainly gaming has been something that is been done, wargaming in our military for years. What does it look like as we start to take that gaming to the next level with some of the most sophisticated artificial intelligence algorithms that are out there? And so coming up next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Tomas Sandholm. He is a professor of artificial intelligence at Carnegie Mellon. Dr. Sandholm is also the CEO of Strategy Robot. He's going to talk to us now about a very interesting game, one of that I find particularly interesting because it's a game now with multiple players, a game with imperfect information. And we'll be talking to his experience with Texas Hold'em, the fantastic work that has been done with artificial intelligence in this particular game and how that might be able to be used in other areas. Tomas, thanks so much for joining us here. Thanks for your collaboration that you've done in various different organizations, notable organizations in DoD, and excited to hear what you see in this future of gaming and artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Colonel Diller. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to talk about computational game theory and opponent exploitation AI for portfolio planning and COA generation and other applications. I'm here on behalf of Strategy Robot, where I'm founder, president, and CEO. Also, I'm Anhil Jordan, University Professor of Computer Science at Carnegie Mellon and co-director of CMU AI. The executive summary is that our unique world-leading computational game theory AI has reached superhuman decision-making recently. And for those of you who don't know game theory, it is about making strategies when you're not the only player. There is one or more adversaries out there. So that's why it's also called strategic reasoning. And in AI, there are really two main reasons why AI gets adopted. One is labor savings, the other is superhuman decision-making. And in these high-stakes domains, it's really the latter. And now that we've just reached superhuman decision-making, there's now a great opportunity to apply this technology broadly into the DoD and related government agencies for a variety of applications, some of which we are already doing. So force design, allocation, sequencing and acquisition, planning at all of the decision-making levels, strategic, operative, and tactical. Wargaming for planning, but also for training and for evaluating officers. Doctrine and deployment optimization, strategic decision-making, especially now with the great power competition, reveal, conceal, escalation, and de-escalation. Game theory is required for those so that we will understand how our adversaries will understand our signaling and vice versa. What will be believed, what won't. Intrusive ISR and reconnaissance, C2, EW, cyber, intelligence, security, deterrence, which we've already done, optimizing world stability, etc. The techniques can be applied across domains, ground, air, sea, space, EW, cyber, and joint. And they can also be used in settings where the DoD has little or no combat experience, such as hypersonic, unmanned, autonomous, swarm, satellite, other space, directed energy, offensive mining, long-range precision fires, modern underground, and nuclear, for example, tactical nuclear, where we don't have experience. Now, most DoD settings are imperfect information games. They're games in the sense that there's more than one player. I don't mean that they're somehow light or recreational. Of course, they're very high stakes often. And they're imperfect information in that when it's time for me to make decisions, I don't know the whole state of the world. And the adversary knows things that I don't know, and I know things that the adversary doesn't know. So these are very different than games like chess or Go, which are called perfect information games. And the algorithms, for example, AlphaGo and so on, do not apply at all for these types of games. So I'm going to talk about imperfect information games. The DoD status quo is that in real DoD settings, blue and red have more possible strategies than the number of atoms in the universe. Yet only a small number of strategies for red, typically 1 to 5, and blue, typically 1 to 100, are tested in wargaming and simulations, and even fewer in tabletop exercises. So only a vanishingly small portion of the strategy space is evaluated. This causes enormous risks because a real red in a real war can play something different than any of the things that you anticipated. So in game theoretic terms, red can significantly decrease our expected utility compared to what we thought. Secondly, this makes blue's strategies look better than they really are because they're not actually evaluated against the toughest red. Third, it leaves significant opportunities on the table because blue's strategy space is not fully explored. And also from a training perspective, hiring humans to play red is expensive. Our AI solves all these issues. So unlike simulation approaches and traditional single-sided optimization, our game theoretic AI does not assume a strategy for the opponent. Rather, it computes optimal strategies for blue and red simultaneously. And the strategies are often surprising, as we have seen, for example, in poker, portfolio planning for the DoD, COA generation for the DoD, and so on. Because these are really starting from a clean slate instead of following and coming out from the traditional doctrine. Of course, doctrine constraints can also be imposed, and we do that as well. In addition to computing the strategies, as a side effect, you actually get how red's actions signal information to blue and vice versa. So in game theory, the optimal beliefs are actually a side effect of the strategic reasoning. Over the last 17 years, with over 37 million, we built the world-leading game solving system for many game classes. This is a platform technology. I'll come back to this platform technology notion at the end. Imperfect information extensive form games, which is the most general form of game. And there, in the main benchmark in the field, which is two-player no-limit Texas Hold'em, it's a game with 10 to the power of 161 information sets. So it is huge. That's way bigger than the number of atoms in the universe. We are the multi-time AI versus AI world champion. And then in 2017, our AI Libratus became the first and only superhuman player. And this was published in Science in 2018. Then in 2019, our AI Pluribus beat the best human professionals at multiplayer no-limit Texas Hold'em. And this was published in Science in 2019. This was actually the first first superhuman AI in any game beyond two-player zero-sum games. So if you think about the history of strategic reasoning in AI, there have been great milestones, but they have all been in two-player zero-sum games, starting in the 80s with Othello, checkers, 97 chess, then two-player limit Texas Hold'em, then Go in 2016, then two-player no-limit Texas Hold'em, and now, for the first time, multiplayer games. Normal form games as well. These are matrix form games, if you know, general sum and zero sum. And most importantly, many kinds of structured DoD games with game description languages where it is easy and compact to represent real games. For example, our work with Colonel Diller for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So why is our game theoretic AI better than machine learning for these problems? And nothing against machine learning. I've been working on that for 30 years, but it's not really good for these types of problems where you have an adversary and you need to make plans, and the adversary is trying to foil your plans and so on. First of all, the game theoretic approach requires no data about the adversary's behavior. This is in stark contrast to supervised learning, which requires prohibitive amounts of data in these applications. So I've seen dozens of DoD applications where people have talked about collecting data from real physical military exercises and trying to do machine learning on that. And I've pretty much seen all of those things fail because there's never enough data. So
Dr. Sandholm, 30 more seconds, please. Sorry to interrupt.
I have 7 more minutes. I thought, okay. Somehow I'm at 8 minutes myself, but okay. Doesn't assume red will continue to behave the same way as in the past, and these strategies are not exploitable, unlike strategies generated by reinforcement learning. So let me just skip the impact so far and jump to the last slide. So we actually take a product approach to avoid having to pay 37 million and 17 years for every new scenario. And this is a potential model for the AFWERX Game Digital Engineering Prime. So we have this platform game solving technology product on the bottom. on top of which we build product lines, and then us and others, modeling partners like FFRDCs and large and small consulting firms, build models on top of these product lines to actually solve various scenarios. And this is the way how we don't have to start from scratch every time, but build a momentum over time. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sandholm, I'm sorry if there was some miscommunication there about the length of time you had there. I wish there was more time. We've got 6 people waiting to talk to people in different groups out here starting 2 minutes ago. So I'm very sorry to have to cut you off. Colonel Diller, would you like to introduce the next topics and then I'll talk about the logistics?
Absolutely. Dr. Sandholm, super fascinating work that you and your team are doing there. Excited to continue learning about that and looking at some of the options that are out there. As we go on now, we will be moving into the 6 different primes. So the Energy Prime, Game Prime, Autonomy Prime, the Spectre Prime or Supersonic Prime, Space Prime, and Microelectronics Prime. So there'll be an opportunity to go into those different rooms. From there, we will be broadcasting just a couple here on the main stream, and then you'll be able to go into the different rooms depending on which of those particular primes that you're interested in. So Brandon, back over to you on the mechanics of how folks start to shuffle around this virtual space.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, the 6 primes, 2 of them are staying here. So if you are interested in Space Prime and Microelectronics Prime, don't go anywhere. We have Colonel Feltz and 2 other amazing speakers right here live on YouTube. If you are interested in the Energy Prime, Game Prime, Autonomy Prime, and Supersonic Prime, AFWERX.com is your place to be. Scroll down just a little bit. You will see 2 blue bars that will have the topic of your choice. Go to those. Those are interactive Zoom meetings. You go enjoy those conversations with them. They are starting now. But in the meantime, on this live stream, we do have Colonel Felt coming up first. Would you like to introduce him? And we'll get started. Everybody else, please, AFWERX.com, as well as in the chat, go to your 2 other choices if you so wish.
Excellent. Yeah, Eric, if you can come online, we have Eric Felt with us here. He is the director for the Space Vehicles Directorate in Kirtland Air Force Base, where he does research across many of these exciting new space capabilities that are there. Eric, over to you, and give us a little bit of an introduction. What do you see in this potential Space Prime?
Thank you, Nate, and hello, Space Prime enthusiasts. I'm thrilled to be with you here this morning to introduce this topic because we're going to get a lot of good out of this and a lot of excitement. We're going to talk a little bit about history and then a lot about the future of space. And so let me first talk a little bit about history. We're going to go back to about 1800s, and you're going to put your mind into the westward expansion of the U.S., and those are the opportunities that are out there. That's what we see coming in space, and that's the kind of thinking that we want to invigorate with the Space Prime event. Second important history point is 1960s, when we had the space race and all the excitement about space, and we're seeing that same excitement again. This is the second space age that our nation has entered into, and one of the most important things this time, though, is it's being driven by commercial industry, not by the government. And so that's what Space Prime is all about, is how do we leverage and encourage and accelerate that commercial innovation to benefit our nation and our DOD. So there's your history lesson, 1800 and the 1960s. And now we're going to focus a little bit on the future and the future of space and how we can help shape that and how Space Prime is going to help us with that. If you can pull up the slide on what is a prime, we will start there. So prime is all about priming the pump. And Nate may have already talked about this, but we are looking for a portion of the space commercial enterprise that already has a lot of commercial interest and a lot of commercial investment. And we want to, from the government, see how we can prime and encourage that. And so it has to be an area that has strategic importance, both to the commercial sector and to the government sector. It has to be an area where the US government can actually do some good and help, and not just financial help. All right, most of the investment in this area is probably going to come from the private sector, but we are going to put in some government money but that's not the only thing. We also want to provide technical support when that can be helpful. We've got our AFRL SMEs, we've got SMEs across the government that we can tap into and help with technical advice and support. Sometimes it's important that we set standards. Sometimes it's important that we reduce policy barriers. Those are the other kinds of things besides financial support that we're looking to implement here. It needs to be a contested market. One of our reasons for doing this is to keep the U.S. competitive advantage in this area, in this part of space. So today you'll get to help us figure out what exactly that means and what area is most important for us to pursue to maintain this contested market. And then it should lead to beneficial collaboration. So Agility Prime certainly been a great success with the flying cars. And we want something like that in the space arena. So that's what Prime is. So let's talk about this space commercial market. Again, let me take you back to 1800s and the sense of opportunity with the westward expansion and all of the settlement that was, at that time we knew was coming, but there was just so much excitement about how to implement it. That's where we see space right now. So the next great frontier lies between here and the moon. Lots of commercial interest in doing various things up in that regime. And then the question is, how can we help encourage that commercial activity, enable that commercial activity, and fund a little bit of the key parts of that commercial activity in partnership with industry to make this happen and to make it happen faster. So the Morgan Stanley projects that the space economy is going to increase, $350 billion up to $1 trillion by 2040. How do we encourage that, make sure that that is the future that we get to in space through this Space Prime event?
Colonel Felt, sorry to interrupt. If you could put the PowerPoint in presentation mode, that way we can see you speaking and your full slides.
Will do, and thank you for the tip there. On the next slide, which is the session A versus session B, we've done a little bit of brainstorming already, but our main goal today is to get inputs from you, the participants, on that will help shape the way forward on this. So on topic A, we've been together space mobility, transport, and logistics. This is really, other than launch, and launch has kind of become a commodity that we view as mostly a solved problem commercially, and that's good. So other than launch, how do we enable the logistics that we need in space? Every operating domain is foundationally dependent upon the logistics that are present and available in that domain. Those are huge enablers to all the other activity that's going to happen. How do we get after those? And we cite some specific examples up there in session A. That'll be the first 30 minutes of this session that's about to start. Session B is not part, and this is really zooming in on a part of logistics, and that's really data access, data transport, the internet in space. We all don't worry about how the data gets around on the surface of the Earth and the terrestrial comm links. That's the vision for space too. In the DoD, we call that the space combat cloud. In industry, it's really just the cloud. And how do you make sure that your data gets where it needs to be? And that includes computing. We do envision significant advances in edge computing and making sure we're able to do processing on the satellites. And that's part of session B, the second half hour, and the space data access. So lots of different topics covered in each of these, but these are kind of the two focus areas that we've zoomed in on, but this is still not specific for a Space Prime topic. So the main goal in session A and in session B is further refinement of these things. On the discussion questions, this is the most important part probably, and this is really where you're gonna be able to help us zoom in on what we need to have as our Space Prime topic. We are not going to decide on the Space Prime topic today, but we're going to decide soon. And this is a really important input into what we're going to pick. So again, we're looking for things that are dual use. And on the commercial benefit questions, we're looking for things where we can make a difference with a small bit of money and the other help that I mentioned from the government. We're looking for things that have a near-term business opportunity that is going to get venture capitalists and other private investors excited about it. That's going to lead to a big market, a large market that the U.S. has a huge opportunity, and that U.S. businesses have a huge opportunity to dominate if we can help make that happen. And so those are some of the questions that we're going to get to on the commercial side of things. And then that's, of course, part of the question. The other side there on the right is what are the national security benefits of each of these potential topic areas, and how are they going to help the military. And again, we've got kind of a Venn diagram with 2 circles here, and we're looking for stuff in the middle, where this Space Prime event is going to be able to help both the commercial side of things and the national security side of things. So I have long had, from my own AFRL side, my list of tech needs. And that's not what we're talking about here, but what I am talking about is, where do my tech needs and opportunities intersect with commercial tech needs and opportunities? That's where we're going to find the best Space Prime topics. So these are some of the questions that we're seeking to get answers to, and we'll have, guided discussions for 30 minutes on each of the potential subject areas. All right, with that, there's your history lesson and there's your future lesson. All right, it's not 1800 anymore and it's not 1960s, but it is 2021 coming up super soon, and we are going to have a great Space Prime topic in 2021, and we need your help to help make it successful. So thanks for your interest. Look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Colonel Felt. These are going to be great workshops coming up. Thanks for that overview. And if you wouldn't mind, oh, excellent, you're ahead of me. Colonel Diller, would you like to introduce Eileen and Gregory for their 8 minutes of speaking before we go to the actual workshops themselves?
Absolutely. And in the interest of time, we're going to accelerate through both of them and hand it directly over. Both experts in various ways with microelectronics. I'm going to hand it over to both of you right now for this quick discussion before we go to the design.
Nope.
Thanks. See it?
We can see your screen perfectly.
Excellent.
A little louder though, we can't hear you very well.
Oh, what about now?
Great, take it away.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eileen Tanghal. I am a senior partner at InQtel. We are a technology scout and investor on behalf of the U.S. intelligence community. Although based in Arlington, Virginia, I am out of our West Coast Menlo Park office. Thanks so much for including me today. Myself and Lieutenant Colonel Greg Van Dyke are going to just give you some overview here. Our workshop parts are fairly open-ended. We don't have questions like the last speaker, but hope to have a robust discussion. So just to go through this, I think most people here know what microelectronics are. They really underpin most of the technology revolutions. In the defense sector, obviously, almost everything is running on a microelectronic, everything from your advanced navigation systems to your hypersonic missiles are all dependent upon microelectronics. If we look at the microelectronics cycle today, it is hugely global. You have the US and Europe really dominating in terms of designing semiconductors. The semiconductor capital equipment market is really mostly owned by the United States, with one exception, which is ASML in Holland. But in terms of where the actual microelectronics are produced, packaged, assembled, and tested, that is largely in Southeast Asia, which of course is presenting supply chain challenges to us. That's one of the topics for the workshop. The developing microelectronics itself is highly, highly complex. If we were to look at large semi companies, they can have up to 16,000 different suppliers. And that really creates a large attack surface for anyone that wants to disturb not just electronics that are going in for DoD, but people like Apple, large companies that are making their products depend on these microelectronics are also interested in ensuring that those circuits, those technologies are not being manipulated in a way that causes unplanned obsolescence or full out failure of their products. So there's 3 areas where things can be attacked: pre-silicon, where people can put in backdoors, they can have you put in IP that hasn't been vetted, in silicon, when you're actually making the circuits themselves. So you can manipulate the process or the equipment to cause failures, either from changing layouts or just process manufacturing failures in general. And then post-silicon, this is where a lot of the focus has been. This is maybe one of the riskiest areas. So in the packaging assembly line, people putting in counterfeit parts, test validation, sort of faking validation, that sort of thing. And this is a place, again, that many people have been focusing on now. An area that we'd like to talk about today. Now, so the first kind of part of the workshop is to talk about, indeed, supply chain and ensuring security. But the other thing we want to talk about during the workshop is really the innovation here. So I've been in semiconductors for about 25 years. I've been an investor in the semiconductor industry for about 19 years. And unfortunately, in the time frame that I've been doing this, I see, a weakened investment going into this sector. It is unlike some of the other areas that are new and hot amongst the venture capitalists, like the Agility Prime that was discussed, the Space Prime that sees a lot of venture capital investment. Because of the relatively long cycles and large capital needed here, you really see semiconductors being a small fraction of the overall venture capital deals taking place. So in 2019, it was about 0.5%. This is really a shame, because if we look then across the world to China, who really does understand that this is important, not from just a defense point of view, but from a great power economic point of view, we invested in half the number of deals that they invested in. So we're at about 85 versus 167. The other thing that I've seen as a venture capitalist is really, although you have the DoD and startup community kind of helping in the earlier stages, when they get to the later stages, a lot of companies, especially those that don't have the words AI in them, so if they're doing sensing, compute, comms, hardcore semiconductors, they really, really struggle to get the later stage investment. And something the DoD can do, of course, is ensure that there is a demand signal. This is much like what was talked about at the Agility Prime, to attract more capital. But just some numbers here for you. If you look at the China deals, those deals get $30 million on average, whereas ours get 11.4. So I'm just going to now hand over to Lieutenant Colonel Greg Van Dyke to talk about some of the needs for semiconductors for the DoD. Greg?
Thank you, Eileen. Yeah, really working closely in collaboration with the commercial space is absolutely imperative to get the capabilities that we need for national security systems. So why do we need microelectronics? Why is it so important? Well, as we shift to great power competition with technologically equal and hopefully never more advanced adversaries or competitors, it's really the technology that's going to drive that military dominance on the battle space. And at the end of the day, I mean, I might be a little biased, but it's the guts that count now. It's F-35s, 24, probably more at this point, million lines of code that take all of the sensor data that platform can bring to bear, process it, and then give it to the pilot in a way that they can make decisions. And that is really the extreme advancement of that platform and why it makes it a world-class capability. However, there are a lot of programs across the DoD that have technologies that are at least 10, 20, and even more years old. And now, while I'm not saying that every program needs state-of-the-art capabilities, there is a wide swath of them that absolutely do as we compete against near-peer adversaries. Eileen mentioned a couple: hypersonics, 5G, AI, missile defense, autonomous systems, space systems. And really, if you want to think about it, boil it down to when we were back in squadron officer school or any professional military education, it's that OODA loop, that observe, orient, decide, act. And it's to be able to do that faster than the adversary. So taking in a lot of information from sensors and then somehow figuring out what that data means and then presenting it to either a user in the loop to make a decision or an autonomous system. And hey, so Greg, about 30 more seconds, please. Yes, sir. Microelectronics is absolutely the bedrock for every single national defense system going forward. Next slide. Oh, there we go. Okay, so just to go over quickly in 1 minute, these are the challenges of why it's so difficult to get these capabilities into our systems. We have very unique applications, whether it be sensor fusion, unique AI, advanced packaging. We have unique environments, rad, hard, temp, vibration, shock, etc. High reliability, they're highly critical systems, nuclear certification, long lifetimes that they're going to be out in the field, which could be multi-decadal, which is not similar to the commercial space. Security is a huge issue, not just at the fab, but from design all the way to get product out into the field.
long system development and production timelines, which really bring in technology freeze requirements. We have significant ITAR and EAR considerations that are right now preventing us from getting state-of-the-art capabilities we need to counter emerging threats. Low quantities, we are not a big player in this space. High input costs, shuttle runs can be in the millions, design tools can be in the millions per year. I'm not going to give you specific numbers because of that's
Greg, just a few more minutes on those numbers, or sorry, a few more seconds.
On those are specific to companies. Overseas production that Eileen talked about and limited manufacturers. There are only three state-of-the-art manufacturers in the world at advanced nodes. There's soon to be a fourth, which is SMIC or SMIC, which is a Chinese company. So you better believe that our adversaries are going to have access to these advanced capabilities, and we absolutely need to do the same. So with that, Brandon, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you very much. I look forward to a very engaged discussion this afternoon in the brainstorming session.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I can see hundreds of people starting to log into these Zoom meetings. So you need to head over to yours. Thanks for that overview. Nate, anything you want to say about teeing up these 6 simultaneous Design a Prime workshops before I do the logistics? And Greg, if you could stop sharing your screen, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir, we'll do.
Thank you.
Super. Yeah, briefly, I'd like to bring on AFWERX Deputy Phil Hahn. He's going to go with us on this tour as we bounce around these different primes. Excited to see the thing number one is folks, really want everyone to engage. So take the opportunity to engage in the work that is happening here. We certainly intend to use the things that come from this exercise. So appreciate you all participating. Phil Hahn, AFWERX Deputy, he is currently, we should have had him just down around the corner there from Dr. Sandholm near Carnegie Mellon. Fantastic background in flight test, in program management, worked in the private equity world, currently a reserve squadron commander, and now AFWERX Deputy. Phil, thanks for joining us as we go on this tour of these primes.
Hey, Nate. Yeah, it's great to be here. Great to go with you on this journey that we're doing with the AFWERX, and really interested to see where we go with the design workshop as we're doing that dual use technology into the future. So without ado, I know we're short on time, and let's get there and let's get on these workshops. Thanks.
Yeah. So if everybody, as much as I'm sure you love watching Colonel Diller and I and now Phil talk on the live YouTube stream here, we need everybody to go to AFWERX.com, choose one of the 6 Design a Prime workshops. They are right there. Scroll down just a little bit from the opening page, and you'll see all of them there. That will take you to a Zoom meeting. These are interactive Zoom meetings. We have AFWERX facilitators lead them. Please head over there. Colonel Diller and Phil and myself, we are going to be doing live look-ins. Maybe the first time in Zoom live casting history of doing live look-ins. But first, we're going to take a couple-minute break so that those Zoom rooms can get started and you stop watching us. So we're going to go offline here on the YouTube stream, give a few minutes for those Zoom meetings to start, and then we'll be doing the live look-ins. So Phil, Colonel Diller, let's take a couple-minute break, and then we'll do the live look-ins. Head on over there now, please. Hey, Phil, this is kind of fun. We're going to do live look-ins on 6 Design a Prime workshops where we have 285 people working in one of our innovation software platforms, plus hundreds more watching and contributing. What do you think about this? Is this a little bit too, what is that Uber can see where all the cars are going? Is this a little bit too much for Design a Prime, or do you think we should go look in?
This is actually really amazing, just to be able to see all the ideation at work. Looking at the God's eye view, I don't know if you can pull that up.
Pull it up for you.
As far as the mural board, it just looks pretty amazing. Switching back and forth between being able to actually see all the individuals doing their.
I'll turn that on. This will show everybody's cursors in here. 283 people, all look at them all. And so just so everybody understands, the software's telling me to hide now because you can't see any content when it's in this mode. So I'll turn that off. But just so everyone understands, we send people into breakouts, and they're now with 6 AFWERX trained and difference trained facilitators. And they're being led through 2 rounds in order to deep dive in really designing a prime. So if I zoom in here, if you want to add any color commentary, you know about these topics more than I do.
Yeah, let me try to look at this a little bit more. So which one are we in here now?
Zooming into autonomous.
Autonomous. Okay. So looking at the I guess the vision, the sector, the military utility, and then the value proposition of each one, as well as a conclusion statement.
Exactly. So yeah, I think these 6 areas. With the facilitator, they're being quickly trained on how to interact, how to contribute. So we're getting the most value out of all the participants of this Accelerate week. Looks like the microelectronics guys are a little bit slower than the other ones. And the gaming folks, holy smokes.
Wow.
They're even getting creative and doing little drawings on here.
That's how you know they, the gaming guys, you got all the digital engineering, really smart computer guys. They've probably been in here before. They understand Miro. Wow, look at that!
These guys are showing off with Zoom screenshots of them all collaborating together.
Wow, it's pretty impressive.
So this is a pretty amazing example of. I'll stop sharing my screen for a second. So a couple things here. One, I think you, me, Colonel Diller, I know he's going to be back. Let's go into these breakouts. And for anybody else who's still watching the live stream, please don't watch us. I think there's still 500 people watching us. It's a bad idea. Look at what's going on in these Design a Prime workshops. So let's you and I go into those and come back and do another, I think you call it God's eye view. We'll come back and do that during the next round. But it's important to note of this AFWERX process and the AFWERX challenge process of how it's not just us as the government and AFWERX telling everyone what to do. We're building this collaboratively with everyone. I guess that's probably the definition of innovation when the generals talk about it. So really proud to work with you, Phil, and Colonel Diller to do this. Any other comments before we go do an actual look in and join these breakouts?
Yeah, it is really amazing to see when you bring the different contributors together, right? So we have airmen in these sessions. We have industry. There's investors. There's different researchers and other institutions. So having all those collaborate to put together whatever prime it may be is really exciting. So yeah, let's hop into some of these rooms. And again, everyone that is watching us, you should probably be hopping into these rooms and help create the future for AFWERX. So let's hop in.
Hop into a room and we'll see you back in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. I don't know if anybody happened to tune in during the live stream, but we did a share screen and did the God's eye view of 300 of you working in Miro, and plus I think almost 1,000 of you in the breakouts doing these Design a Prime workshops. If there isn't an example of the way AFWERX and the government is changing to innovate and work with our partners, I don't know a better example. But for right now, Nate, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
I certainly would. It is definitely my pleasure to introduce Sebastian Thrun. He is the CEO of Kitty Hawk Aviation. Distinguished background across the autonomy spectrum, winning DARPA's challenge many years ago, launching then into work that he did with Google, professor of Stanford, also the founder of Udacity. So not just touching what the future of mobility might look like through autonomy, but also the future of education. So this vast expanse of how do we innovate across these various different fields. Happy to have with us here. Sebastian, thanks so much for joining us, and excited as always to get your perspective.
Nate, I'm super excited to be here, and thanks for inviting me. We've had a long friendship, and I'm really excited to see all of you. I'm so excited that I was able to travel to all of you at the speed of light. This is Starship Enterprise finally become a reality thanks to Zoom. I think we have a total of 15 minutes. It's going to be very fast. And Nate asked me to say a few general words about autonomy. And I can't express how excited I am that autonomy is a word worth discussing in this circle. In fact, I predict it's going to become really, really important as we go forward. I have been working on autonomy all of my professional life as a professor at Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, and then at Google, building Waymo and Google X. So I have 4 or 5 slides to show you how autonomy evolved in the last years and what actually happened, because it's going to be relevant for anybody in the aviation space. I started, let's see, autonomy, go back here, sorry. Around 2005 with cars. And in 2005, the Department of Defense, DARPA, launched an initiative called the DARPA Grand Challenge, which was an epic robot race where unmanned robots, autonomous robots, had to collect themselves and engage in a 130-mile desert race in the Mojave Desert. The first such race actually took place in 2004, and at that time, most cars just went up in flames. This is some footage from the very first race, 2004, I apologize. In 2005, my team at Stanford won this race and drove 131 miles at about 20 miles per hour through Mojave Desert. Following all this was the Urban Challenge, and here's some footage from 2007, where we all met in Victorville to emulate a traffic situation where autonomous cars had to drive in traffic with other cars. In this specific instance, you see stunt drivers manually driving cars at incredibly slow speed. It's embarrassing how bad the performance was. And even though this was a simplified urban setting, we saw accidents happening, robots bumping into robots, robots bumping into walls, and cars were basically not able to really confidently compete this race. That led us to Google when Larry Page wanted me to start working on autonomy at Google, and we built a team called the Google Chauffeur Team that later became known as Waymo, and over the years built up autonomy technology for driving cars anywhere in California and then anywhere in the world. And just to give you a feel for how this autonomy looks like, this is a somewhat outdated but still fairly accurate video of the early days, where you can see these cars being able to perceive their environment through sensors, in this case, laser sensors, radar sensors, cameras, and then interpret the environment into regions that are coherent, like point clouds emitted by cars or point clouds emitted by pedestrians. And once that classification has taken place, those cars are now able to predict other cars' behavior, like who's going to go straight line, who's going to go turn, and for what reason. And then eventually, what you can do is you can build a system that blends into normal traffic. For many, many years, we were able to drive in normal traffic without people even noticing that these cars were self-driving cars. In fact, we did this in secret for many years until, unfortunately, New York Times heard about it and published an article about us, and then we were very public about it. But that technology has progressed really fast. This is now roughly 2010, so it's about 10 years ago. And if you go forward, today, the Waymo team has driven 20 million miles in traffic confidently. It caused, to my count, exactly one traffic accident, a minor fender bender where a Google car or Waymo car hit a bus and scratched it ever so slightly. But I challenge every human being to drive 20 million miles without any accidents. Or with one accident. That's actually a very, very big number. When I left the team, we had the mean time between takeover of a human safety driver was roughly 300,000 miles. So for 300,000 miles, which is 30 years of human driving, required only one safety takeover. But we now know that we can drive 20 million miles, which is much more, with only one minor fender bender. So that technology has by any means become safer than human drivers. It's undebatable. Now, here's something that's really important, is what drives these advances? What makes the world go so incredibly fast when it comes to autonomy? It is technology that the military and the FAA will have a really, really hard time with. It's technology that works, but it's incredibly hard to prove to work. It's called machine learning or deep learning. This is an example of a car being trained to find a highway lane. This technology allows anybody in the audience to download or create an image set like this one. You can do this by taping your cell phone into your front window and drive for an hour, and then you have a data set like this. And then running what's called a deep learning or machine learning algorithm, and it will then learn by itself how to find the road surface. And it does this at superhuman accuracy. These are all results that students of Udacity did, typically within 72 hours of posting the homework assignment. These are not very advanced technologies. They're very basic technologies that even undergrad students can confidently use. The challenge is going to be, it'd be incredibly hard to prove them correct. How would you ever write a set of specifications that would allow you to even say what the algorithm is doing right now at this moment? This is a surface street between Half Moon Bay and Silicon Valley. You can see the visuals be incredibly poor because of lightning. And you can see the car confidently making the right steering decision based on its input using machine learning. This is something that traditional methods just can't do. I've never, ever seen any classic computer vision system perform like this. So we have to think about, if these machines do such a great job using machine learning, how can we confidently get to the point where we feel we are safe, even though we will never be able to prove that these algorithms function to a specific set of specifications. And I want to parallel this a little bit to the way we do the same with pilots. I've yet to see any FAA authority digest the brain of a human pilot and prove that that pilot acts according to specification. I'm a pilot myself. I'm a commercial multi-engine pilot. I've been tested many times by the FAA. I can tell you the tests that I've been undergoing to get my ratings and my certificates are not anywhere as radically systematic as we test our hardware and the systems we built. It's just fly with me once and show you're proficient, and that's enough. So when we test wet neural networks, like human pilots, for their ability to be autonomous, meaning handle an aircraft, we have a very simple test that really is a short written test and a short, typically less than an hour flight segments to have an FAA examiner attest that we are safe to fly. And here we're dealing with a technology that could be tested easily empirically, that is shown to drive cars safely for 20 million miles, but we cannot prove it's working. We cannot prove it because our analytic proving tools are insufficient to even express what's happening here. This is a task that a 16-year-old can do confidently without any proof, but we don't have the technology, the language, the mathematics to prove correctness for those methods. With that, let me come back to you, Nate. And I'm super happy to discuss this some more because I hope I'm provoking all of you to think differently about the future of autonomy and have an open mind when it comes to bringing new technology into your field.
It is very exciting to us. As you saw today, we're thinking about this idea of how DoD can support this autonomy on this autonomous prime. What do you see? I mean, you mentioned it. What will it take to build trust? How in particular might we be able, as the Air Force and AFWERX, to help that development of trust and autonomy?
For me, it's just two orthogonal ways to build trust. There's the formal way, the formal specification way, and then the statistical way. When it comes to machines, very often we have a specific formulaic approach to say this is safe. That has to do with DELB, it has to do with tripless redundancy. where we just say that we don't fully understand the physics of this little box over here, but we do know if we build 3 of them, chances of them to fail simultaneously are incredibly rare. It happens, but it's very, very rare. However, in practice, in dealing with people, we can't do this because we cannot dissect people's brain. We don't even know what it means to walk. And we trust our legs every day that we can walk. We learned this at an age we couldn't even speak. But none of us understands how we humans are able to walk. It's actually fascinating. So what we do is we take statistical confidence, right? I've been able to walk for the last, I hate to say this, 52 years. I'm 53. So I take the first year out. So 52 years of successful walking have convinced me that when I get up in the morning, my legs will work. And that's an interesting interplay because the technology that now emulates the human brain and does neural network learning and does things like learning how to walk or learning how to see is now exceeding in quality what even the best, most skilled people can do. And you can statistically prove this. We can drive 20 million miles and show it works, but we can't prove it analytically.
Very interesting. Do you see then, so obviously there's that cultural hurdle with regard to trust. Are there any other major breakthroughs that you think are necessary from a technology perspective in order to advance this, or maybe to advance that level of trust?
I think we need to really rethink how trust should and is to be established, because the objective is the same. The objective is to keep people safe. And that is a very simple objective that everybody can agree to. The question is, what's the method to do so? I was very excited to see the FAA to rewrite Part 21, Revision 64, to go from a formulaic approach to a performance approach, where the intent has been to really assess the performance of a system rather than just the architecture of a system. And that leaves the door open to some of the things I'm talking about. But even under the most advanced interpretation of that regulatory body, we will not be able to certify deep learning neural networks, because deep learning neural networks are these swath of millions of parameters and multiplications, subtractions, but no one has a clue what it ever means. And I'm almost confident we will never, ever understand them, because we can never, ever understand the human brain.
It's fascinating. We talk about the autonomy, obviously, on vehicles on the ground, in the air. Can you tell a little bit, what is autonomous infrastructure? Is there an infrastructure that's necessary to really unlock all the benefits that you outlined?
People often ask that question, do we need 5G for self-driving cars? And I know that's been marketed as such. But to be completely honest, when we built the Google self-driving car, we had no infrastructure. All we needed was a computer on board of the car. And it's actually the best way to do it, because that means you're least vulnerable to cyber attacks and to failure of communication. The Google self-driving cars occasionally connects with a network, and it does it mostly in the night to upload the latest map data to Wi-Fi. And if that link is broken, it's perfectly fine. We now also know that in flight, we have communication infrastructure that's brittle. It is quite possible that you have a lost comm situation as a pilot, and you have a protocol what to do. And ground people sorry, I'm blanking here, will understand what to expect from you as you go into lost comm. So even there, we've built that in. We could take that same system level thinking and bring it to aviation. It is, in my opinion, perfectly fine to use a brittle network like an LTE type network and have it in charge of autonomy for the sky. So as long as we understand it's brittle and have methods to deal with failures. And we have those methods, they're proven, they're being used every day.
So when able, you might be able to have a more sophisticated ability to employ autonomy if you have that infrastructure, but no reason to wait for that infrastructure. Start today, and with recognition of that brittle nature.
Yeah. And think about it this way. First of all, autonomy in the sky is so much easier than autonomy on the ground. We already have autonomy in the sky. We have Cat 3 ILS landing system that land your plane for you. In fact, we had a crash here in San Francisco a few days back, and the crash was caused by good weather, which made the airport service the ILS, and Air Asiana, for, I would say, questionable South Korean pilots, didn't even monitor airspeed and crashed the aircraft onto the runway. These are things where machines often actually already better. Secondly, the sky is vast. Like the biggest challenge in self-driving cars is there's so much stuff to hit on the ground. You're driving at 50 or 100 miles differential speed on a surface street next to an oncoming car with 6-foot clearance, and you have to get that right every single time. In the sky, you could have half a mile clearance. Like, what are your chances to hit this person? So I think from that point of perspective, I'm actually surprised we are not much further advanced when it comes to autonomy. We should be so much further advanced. And look, all we need to do, for example, for drones to fly safely is to have them communicate. And that's it. And we know we can communicate. We have technology that costs less than $10 a drone to communicate. And if once we communicate, there is no bicycles in the sky, there's no cats, no dogs to run over, there's no curbs, no trees, all that stuff that's hard on the ground is absent in the sky. So we should be able to do this really fast.
Well, Sebastian, that sounds like a call to action, maybe resolutions for 2021. No reason to delay. Let's take autonomy to the air immediately, and hopefully there's opportunity to do that over the next year. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for the fantastic work that you're doing, and look forward to continuing the conversations.
Same here, Nate. Total pleasure.
Thanks, Sebastian. So Colonel Diller and Phil, before we go to break, see you, Sebastian, thanks. Before we go to our interactive networking, I think it's worth spending a couple minutes on the Design of Prime workshop, debrief that a little bit and talk about some of the community we've built over the past 2 years. So I know you guys did a couple of live look-ins. I did just get a report that 4,455 Post-it notes were made. Do you guys want to give your experience of stopping into those 6 Design of Primes quickly?
I'll talk at a high level. I know how much Phil loves virtual Post-it notes. I'll let him do the deep dive, but just at a super high level, how fascinating to see hundreds of people engaged in this collaborative effort. Was there a little bit of chaos? Maybe, but it was relatively finely ordered chaos, creating products that are going to be, I think, extraordinarily valuable for us. So first, thanks. Second, Phil, with your love of these virtual Post-it notes, please give us some detail. What did you find on those virtual Post-it notes?
Yeah, no, Nate, it was great to go in and just see. So first off, tip my hat off to to all the leads that really were going through in charge of bringing together all of this creativity and going into the ideas that were out there. So hopping in, some key takeaways of the technology was, they were concentrating on the dual use piece, right? Because that's what's really important, is bringing that commercial technologies into the DoD and helping us partner in creating better infrastructure here as a main mission of Prime. So I hopped really quickly to continue on the autonomous piece. Everything from infrastructure to areas of swarm, to mobility, and how we're really going to create and bring some of those technologies to life. So really across the board, it's just been amazing to see, and I think people are still going right now with adding additional content. So as we take this back and as we look at what some of the next primes are going to be and how we develop that, this is really the first step to what that's going to look like. So it'll be interesting to see how we can digest all of this, and between AFWERX and Dr. Roper, really interested to see kind of the next steps as far as Prime goes.
So I can share a couple examples from the last 2 years that might shed some light to the audience of how we take these Post-its that are seemingly brand new into something totally actionable and drive impact in the field. Nate, should we spend a couple minutes kind of looking at that community and what we can build before we go to networking?
Certainly.
Cool. So I'm going to share my screen here. And, we oftentimes tout numbers on these live streams. And the cool thing about this is that as we've been doing these, Nate, whether it's when we did Agility Prime earlier in the year and the different workshops that we do, we're now at 79,000 people in this innovation ecosystem in order to build and help foster innovation at the Air Force. It's kind of cool to think, what was it, a little over 2 years ago when AFWERX started, Nate, that we were at 0. And these are academia, industry, guys like Sebastian that are on the list here, all part of this community helping drive it forward. Kind of amazing. One thing to note is we call it, regardless of the name, here I have AFWERX Challenge on the screen here, is you'll see that this workshop, the workshop that we just did was just 6 Design of Primes, is an example of a workshop that we do in the Austin, Vegas, or DC hubs all the time in order to drive this forward. And that's really just the very first start to get it going. And so that's the kickoff. Then we do open innovation challenges. So within each of the primes, depending on how we move it forward, we've already done an open innovation challenge for energy. There were 900 and some companies that submitted. There's going to be a showcase later in January for the selected companies. I don't think I'm allowed to say which ones have been selected yet. So I'll stop right there, but that will announce to those 79,000 people in our community of how they can help drive the energy challenge forward in that showcase. And then obviously putting on contract and driving impact within the organization. I think it's kind of fun to see. There's obviously the designer prime and energy, how that fits into it. We did base of the future. We did space. It's kind of amazing, these different ones of these are just a handful of the examples of 4,500 actual products and ideas submitted to help the warfighter go forward. So Phil, you're geeking out on the Post-its. Post-its are just a start. This is what actually happens. Real solutions in there, and obviously contracts awarded and money going out to these companies to make a big difference. So as we stop and think about this workshop of the last hour, the visionary statements of Sebastian and the real work that's actually impacting in the field already because of what AFWERX has done, I think that's just the commitment, Colonel Diller, to you and the team and to the whole audience watching of what a real difference it can make. And I also would argue just being on the commercial side and a partner with AFWERX, treat this as a call to action. Those Post-its are just a start. Go to AFWERX.com, sign up, whether you're an airman or commercial, scroll down to the site. I know the site's really long to scroll down right now, but scroll down and sign up to be part of this amazing community because we're making really big change really fast. And we have our hats off as part of the commercial to Colonel Diller, you and the team and Dr. Roper, and can't wait to do more. But before that, if you guys have any comments before we go to networking.
No, I do. I'll just echo the opportunities that are out there. If you are currently in the Department of Defense, applying to be part of our team, potentially as a fellow in the Department of the Air Force, but certainly we are going to be hiring across the board, across a variety of different disciplines. So you can also go to the bottom, no government experience required. And for some of these positions, maybe no government experience desired. So very, very much looking forward to your opportunity to do that. We also have at the bottom of the screen your opportunity to sign up and be part of this ongoing discussion with the Prime. So if you liked the work that you were doing today, if you'd like to continue in this conversation, please go down to the bottom. You can sign up to remain and get the latest updates that we're going to be providing as we go into 2021, looking maybe to announce one today, but continuing to develop these ideas for follow-on launches of some of the other primes. So thanks for joining us. Brandon, over to you. I'm sorry, Phil, any other final thoughts for the team?
No, Nate, everything you said is really good. You know, it's been an interesting 2020, and I really think 2021 is just going to be awesome from AFWERX and the Air Force and Space Force. So thanks for that.
All right, Brandon.
I'm sure we color coordinated our sweaters today in thinking about this session. But onwards to networking. It's 8 after the hour. We want everybody back here at 3 o'clock. Do I have that right? No. Yes, 3 o'clock. 52 minutes from now, we will kick off with the end of AFWERX Accelerate Week. We saved the best for last, I think. And so please join us back here. But in the meantime, if you scroll all the way down on that long website again, you can join the networking. Once again, this is very interactive networking. You turn your video and audio on. You get to roll around the screen for who you want to meet. We're also putting that in YouTube chat and Slack as well. So you can join networking right now. We will see you back here at AFWERX.com on this YouTube live stream in 51 minutes. Enjoy the networking. See you back here shortly.
Excellent.
Welcome to AFWERX Accelerate.
There's a tremendous amount of innovation going on right now.
When we found out that AFWERX had such a fast-paced system, we were all in on that.
We're seeing firms become much more knowledgeable about how the government is actually a great customer.
Ultimately, I think that's what AFWERX is really good at doing, is providing an opportunity.
We are changing our approach to things. We are changing how we adapt to technology.
AFWERX is now moving from startup to scale up.
And today I'm here to announce a world's first. Joby Aviation is receiving the first military airworthiness for an electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicle. You are literally seeing a new market emerge.
Agility Prime has the potential to bring next-generation agility to movement, delivery, sustainment, and aeromedical evacuation across the battle space.
And I can tell you that we at the FAA are very privileged to partner with the Air Force and AFWERX on Agility Prime. Our certification experts are already working with several UAM applicants who have applied for type certification of full-scale aircraft.
This week will be another big week, from the researcher all the way to the operators in the field.
We will unveil the first public flight test of these electric flying orbs.
Now at the FAA, we see tremendous value in this program for civil aviation applications.
Agility Prime can bring game-changing capabilities for national benefit.
We will begin designing future prime programs focused on space, autonomy, energy, gaming, supersonics, and microelectronics.
All 6 of the potential prime sectors have direct applications outside the military.
Pretty fascinating to watch, actually. And I use Agility Prime as a really prime, no pun intended, example of how signaling from the military can really push these things a long way.
So I can see chat is lighting up in YouTube.
I am excited to announce the stand-up of SpaceWorks out in Los Angeles Air Force Base.
We're really counting on SpaceWorks to help us ensure that Space Force can tap into those most cutting-edge space technologies.
I think it's only fitting to have my fellow Red Tails from the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing in a room with me.
Looking forward to some collaborative efforts with the AFWERX team. We're getting ready to send people back to the moon.
This is a really big place, but the more we can partner, the more we can learn, the more we can share is a really, really good thing.
Embedding our younger folks in industry.
So that's a big focus here, a big focus on being not just the Air Force's Academy, but the Space Force's Academy.
The Airman Coders started about a year ago. We've got some apps out there now.
Basically, we offer subject matter expertise support.
So each year we're averaging around 1,500 companies being brought through the AFWERX front door.
We first started working with the Air Force in a phase 1, and then in fourth quarter of this year, we have just kicked off our phase 2+ under the Strat5 program.
The contracting team was absolutely incredible over there and made over $350 million of awards to small businesses in just 3 months.
Every single penny is accounted for because we owe that to the taxpayers.
So it's been really cool to see how much progress has been made.
Making it warm and inviting for the Air Force to partner with these companies on comfortable, familiar commercial terms.
We're currently building basically like an augmented reality software for debriefing.
We also have a ton of incredible companies suggesting ideas that could potentially help our Air Force and maybe our nation respond to this crisis. And at that point, they said, actually, this is going to be the COVID-19 National Response Portal.
AFWERX is working and establishing a fellowship to increase the training of Air Force airmen.
Because these are current and very necessary projects.
I am so excited to watch the AFWERX team lead in the quest for innovation.
If everyone wants to get their scissors up and ready, we will cut the ribbon. We'll give the cue to Mayor Copeland. 1, 2, 3. Just own this in its virtual way that it is.
This is solving problems in real time. This is exactly the kind of creative spirit that we love in AFWERX.
It's never been easier than at any point in history to win pilot deals with the DoD.
It is truly an honor, and I hope to continue to passionately deliver systems to the great people in the room with me right now.
This is a whole of nation approach, and we are going to need each and every one of you all more now than ever. Go get it done. We got you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for participating in the networking, and thanks for the thousands of Post-it notes and ideas you created for the Design a Prime workshop. It's truly an honor to collaborate with you in this online innovative format. Colonel Diller, will you tee us up for this afternoon and what we have planned for our final hour?
Absolutely, Brandon. Thanks to everyone who participated. Fascinating to see all of the Post-it notes happening virtually out there. At the beginning, we said we were going to build a team this week, and it was really impressive to see that team working together, looking at these future potential prime sectors that we have. You'll actually be able to see some of the work that we had there on screen as hundreds of you were there taking advantage of this opportunity to design a prime. You can see your pictures there as you're going, looking at what is the commercial proposition? How do we engage with industry more effectively? And that is been our theme for the week. How do we go from this engagement, from a startup to a scale up? And we've had some really fascinating announcements across the week. We have discussed the opportunities as we have with our ventures, being able to look at new opportunities there. We've announced an opening of SpaceWorks, new fellowship that is going to help develop our future air and space leaders to engage in this industry, airworthiness for Joby, and our first electric charging station that we cut the ribbon on yesterday, as well as we've opened up in a groundbreaking ceremony our first simulator. So a phenomenal week that we've had so far, and the announcements are going to continue into this hour. As you know, we are looking to push further into the commercial sector, or we're looking to push into more digital, and we're looking to see what that next prime opportunity will be. You'll get to hear a little bit more about that. As we're doing that, to make these announcements, I welcome back our string theorist turned defense tech enthusiast, the Department of the Air Force Acquisition Executive, Dr. Roper.
Thanks, Vidoff. And hey, since we're really focused on space, I've got to say I'm the Space Force Service Acquisition Executive. Hey, I got to double my job responsibilities for free. So, hey, thanks everyone for coming back to the AFWERX Accelerate event. And Vidoff, before we go any further, let me give you a personal shout out for the energy that you and your team put into these events. They are amazing collaboration opportunities, and I love being a part of it. So thanks everyone for coming back. We do have some more announcements to run later in the hour, especially about our next Prime program. Agility Prime has definitely been center stage during this week, and we are very excited about the 17 companies that are working to get their vehicles ready for military flight hours. And again, congratulations to Joby for being the first to gain that coveted certification. But you know, one thing that's very true about innovation is you don't do it alone. You need a broad partnership of amazing collaborators and innovators to get to the goal line. And so it's really my pleasure to introduce one of our department's great innovators, collaborators, and also a personal friend. So Mike Brown, if you're online with us, the director of the Defense Innovation Unit, welcome to the AFWERX show.
Thanks, Will. Happy to be here and happy to be partnered with you and Nate in AFWERX. A lot of great things we can do together.
Hey, so Mike, just to kick things off, I mean, you have been in this business a long time, both in the private sector and now crossing into government. So you have seen this both from outside and inside. And now as the director of DIU, you get a cross-department view working for the Secretary's office. And of course, in AFWERX, we represent the Air Force and Space Force, so we're a service. How do you see the partnership between us evolving as we try to take our game to the next level?
Well, Will, as we've talked about before, I think one of the benefits of the Defense Innovation Unit was set up as a joint organization, meaning we have folks inside from every service branch, and we work on projects for every service branch. So we're excited to do projects for the Air Force. And as we've talked about with you and Nate, one of the things that we're looking forward to going into the future is the possibility of taking some of your successful vendors and projects and seeing where they might land in some of the other services. One of the areas that we've worked on in the past is predictive maintenance. That started with the Air Force, but now that may be the first technology and solution that we're bringing across every branch of the service. So that's a pretty exciting opportunity for us, and we look forward to turning that into a reality in the future as we look at successful AFWERX vendors and projects and seeing where could they land in some of the other services. Great way to leverage what we're doing.
Hey, Mike, it's probably a good time to talk about with everyone watching the partnership we're building between AFWERX and DIU on reciprocity. That if you walk into an AFWERX organization and we decide that you could be a good fit for another service, that we're going to provide all of your details and our vetting to you, and that you will do vice versa for companies walking through your door. So you don't have to guess what's the right door to walk through. You just need to come see one of us. And the fact that we're going to accept each other's vetting means that we're going to be a lot faster getting those companies connected to warfighters. Do you want to talk about the value of that and how we might be able to grow that with the other services?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm particularly enthused about this aspect of our ongoing partnership. As you said, we would like there to be one DoD storefront, even though we're two different organizations. It doesn't matter who you get started with. So if we can share the opportunities and then figure out who's best positioned because of relationships, because of other projects that are ongoing, where the best place is to take a particular solution, vendor, technology forward, we'll do that behind the scenes so you don't have to figure that out if you're an innovative company trying to figure out how to work with DoD, which we know is pretty daunting, even though our efforts are aimed to make that a little bit easier. So yeah, if we can make that seamless, which we're excited about doing, we've had conversations, as you know, about co-locating some of our folks together, sharing databases. So we're all about how do we make that easier. One storefront, no matter where you come in, we make sure you get the best opportunity. That provides tremendous value, obviously, for young companies who don't have the resources to figure out how do I work through this labyrinth to get to the right opportunity, and obviously great value for Department of Defense.
Yeah, absolutely. It really expands our footprint because there are more doors for people to walk through. So if you're watching and you happen to walk into a DIU office, don't be shy to pitch them on your Air Force idea. And if you're sitting in AFWERX and you've got an oh, by the way for the Army, the Navy, or the Marine Corps, go ahead and pitch it to us, and we will make sure that your ideas get to the right people in DIU. And by the way, this is a great week to highlight that partnership in nascent form, because Joby, the first company, the first eVTOL company to get their airworthiness from the Air Force, was originally on one of the DIU SBIR projects back in the day.
That's exactly right. And kind of the bookend of that is one of the big projects that we're working on right now. We call it a Pilot Training Next, to deliver more pilots for the Air Force. It's a simulation program. And the original vendor for that came from AFWERX. So we'd like to see a lot more of these partnerships where we're working with a vendor, and we might find them, you might find them, but it's a great example of what we just talked about. We're going to find the best opportunity to take that solution forward.
Yeah, it's awesome. And you mentioned, you know, you're inviting us to crash at your pad at Mountain Home. I don't know if the rent's getting too high and you need another tenant. But what do you think it'll be like?
Rent free. This is a great value for taxpayers, just like you're doing 2 jobs for no additional salary. We're all about that.
I like it, Mike. You've got a nose for government and an ear too. What do you think it'll be like having both organizations working in the same place? Obviously, that's a bit challenging during COVID, but I think that's going to really allow a lot of great ideation across mission areas, because there's so many core areas of technology like logistics, like maintenance that you mentioned earlier, predictive maintenance, artificial intelligence applications that are going to convey to every service. So I'm really excited about having our folks in the same place as yours and thinking about our Air Force and Space Force mission, but being able to look through your lens to the whole department.
Well, I think it's a great point. Anything we can do that kind of breaks down barriers between organizations and gets the communication flowing is a good thing. So having agreed that we want this to be a stronger partnership and work better together, having folks co-located is one of the keys to that. It just makes the sharing a lot easier of information.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. And hey, Mike, as you look ahead to 2021, what are areas that we've got so many challenges in defense? What are areas that you'd like to see DIU and AFWERX try to tackle together?
Well, one that we've talked about is autonomous systems, and we're in fact looking at a project that is how to bring more vendors to bear on swarming drones. That's something that you've been focused on for a couple of years. I remember the 60-minute segment that you hosted on that exact topic. So the technologies move forward, a lot better sensor capability. Small drones have moved forward. There's a lot more that can be done there, and that's an area that we're focused on as a project. Obviously, we want to be partnered with you on that. That could even be one of the topics for a future Prime. So we would love to be supplying you with some ideas that can be future Prime programs.
That would be, I think swarming drones, when you hear that, you might think that's a capability that only a high-end nation state like the US or China could do, but swarming drones are increasingly things that terrorist groups can do, that hobbyist groups can do with the right technical know-how. And I happen to have one of those swarming drones right here, Mike. So we didn't plan this, but that was a great lead-in. But I mean, look at this. The software technology that was in it was pretty impressive, but the physical apparatus is something that most people with a little bit of money can do. And of course, with coding becoming increasingly common, the skill sets broadly available, AI is now becoming a development tool that's broadly available to the average person without deep understanding of machine learning. Swarming and collaboration are things we're going to have to worry about for even terrorist organizations. So, you know, what are your thoughts about trying to go after this, but at a price point that the department can afford? We rarely worry about price in defense, but we ought to worry about it all the time.
Well, that's very well said, Will. As you know, what we're facing now is the democratization of these weapons technologies, and that's something that's a new phenomenon. We didn't face that 30, 40, 50 years ago. So with the understanding that these commercial technologies are moving at an exponential rate, it means the Defense Department needs to be on top of them, because that's where capabilities can be changing the fastest. And to the point you just made, knowing that some of our adversaries, not the nation states, are going to be very focused on low cost, we've also got to have that mentality. We can't have counter technologies that are very expensive to deploy. So we've got to have that mindset. And I think that's where commercial technology can really help us. So not designing something that's a bespoke solution just for the military, but let's leverage the tremendous volumes and low costs that the commercial sector is seeing and use that in the military. So I think this is the perfect place to do that as we look at swarming drone capability.
Yeah, it's a great point you make about not making something that is bespoke for our purposes. And it really dovetails well with what we've tried to do with Agility Prime, which is not put unique defense requirements into this market. We want to operationalize what the market is trying to produce for commercial uses, and by doing so, accelerate it for those commercial uses. The prime methodology is something we're really getting our heads around in the Air Force, because it puts more of our value proposition on the table than just our money and our mission. We're bringing airworthiness and test and certification. Do you have any thoughts about the value proposition we have in the government that we're not doing the best job putting on the table for industry, and as a byproduct are probably holding back markets in the US?
Well, I think something I've heard you talk about, Will, is something I'd like to see us adopt more widely, which is the DoD needs to be the first customer and really helping the investment in technologies that can support the military, meaning we need to be a first adopter of some of these technologies and make DoD budgets count so that entrepreneurs, innovative companies can be designing for our needs. There's no reason why that can't be the case in some of the sectors that where we need some new technology. Autonomous systems being a perfect example, but whether it's AI, cyber, things that make a human more effective, we need to put the government's buying power aggregated to work so that innovative companies can be delivering solutions that we can use readily. So I think that's an area where we can be working together, certainly in your larger role leading all of Air Force acquisition and combined with the other service secretaries. This needs to be a much more influential a force where investment is happening in commercial companies in the US as we go forward. A new way for us to be thinking about technology rather than either just working with primes or taking whatever is available from the commercial market. So I think there's a very big role for government to play.
Absolutely. And swarming is something that if you just throw that word out, sounds like the sci-fi future, sounds like there wouldn't be a lot of commercialization potential for a technology like that. But if you back off swarming to just collaborative systems, then having smaller UAVs that are able to work together to share information and act as a much bigger unit, you immediately think of so many commercial uses, from gathering information, going in places that a large system would find it difficult to go. The same basic algorithms would be needed for that, to keep the system safe and distant, to share information, to move as a team. So that capability that might have good uses for the world could easily be re-vectored and harnessed to do harm. And that's another reason why I'd like to see the government play a leading role in helping these new technology markets emerge, as we will think about the malign influences of the technology up front and do our best to work with industry to harden those technologies against it. Of course, there's no way to do that perfectly, but the harder we make the burden, the less likely it is to happen. And so I think it's a great example, because swarming drones that could attack the military, that's not just an Air Force problem. All of the services face that. Well, that's a scary future we have to worry about, Mike. What other futures, scary or happy, have you up and thinking as we move into 2021?
Well, this really is being a kid in the candy store. There's so many commercial technologies that are being developed that are going to help us going forward. Commercial space is a perfect example of that. These are also markets that need a little bit of help from the government, so that we make sure we have a vibrant supplier base for commercial space, because we've already seen with what's happened with SpaceX this past year, we can have so much benefit from a commercial company helping the government with its missions. So I'd point to that. So much happening in AI, as you've seen with ABMS and what we're seeing in the department more broadly with JADC2. There's tremendous need for integrating tremendous numbers of sensors and pulling that together to have a common operating picture, so then we can take action based on that. So sensor fusion, AI and machine learning applied to that to see what can we do for better and faster decisions is another area that I see that's going to be critically important. And then of course, we've been very involved using new technology to work on helping us get through the COVID crisis. So whether it's digital, some wearables so that we can better sense when people are sick, or new technologies to clean and disinfect areas that are enclosed, like on ships. So there's really no limit to the creativity we're seeing in terms of commercial technology development. And so we're trying to make sure how we can pick and choose the best of those and bring those to the military. That's really the mission that we're both on at DIU and AFWERX.
Well, Mike, I want to, on behalf of AFWERX and the Air Force and Space Force, I want to, one, thank you for joining us, and two, thank you for all of the great work that you personally and your DIU team have been doing for many years to bring innovation into the military. And I'm excited to let everyone know that, you know, if the fact that we have a partnership with you means that no ideas are going to be lost on the cutting room floor because they went to the wrong organization. We will ensure the right technology gets to the right service for the right mission. And I want to really thank you for one, sharing your digs with us out in Mountain View, for sharing your mission, your companies with us, and I look forward to our partnership moving into the new year.
Well, thanks, Will, and let me congratulate both you and Nate on tremendous success. If you look at AFWERX, that's one of the true success stories of bringing innovation to the department. So congratulations to you both.
Thanks, Mike. And Vidolf, I'll kick it back to you.
Super, thanks. Fantastic to have such super partners that we do there out in Silicon Valley, as we have been pushing into the commercial sector. One of the other key partnerships that we're looking at going forward is a partnership to ensure that we are building a workforce, that we are working across our different stovepipes in the department, and then again, that we are working with commercial to bring forward this digital future, Dr. Roper, that you've talked about so much. And so as we're making this transition, if we could have the team out in Dayton, go ahead and bring up your cameras, and looking forward to this opportunity to have yet another launch in ways that not AFWERX. AFWERX certainly isn't going to carry the full charge for this, but how can AFWERX continue to be a partnership? Again, bringing those great commercial technologies in, using some of the commercial technologies that we are already finding in Agility Prime. So Dr. Roper, over to you.
Thanks, Vidoff. And hey, we have to have a broad network of partnerships if we're going to compete against the adversaries we face in the world today at the speeds at which we must compete. And so I'm very excited to announce the opening of another innovation hub in a very important place for Air Force acquisition. So I'm excited to tell you we're opening a new innovation hub. It's called Dayton Digital Works. It's right in the tech town that is Dayton, Ohio. And if you didn't know, Dayton, Ohio is the mecca of Air Force acquisition. So many of our program executive offices sit at Dayton Air Force Base, along with our Air Force Research Laboratory that works for both Air Force and Space Force. So having Digital Works off campus where we can bring in innovators and support the broad mission the Air Force and the Space Force has is going to help us accelerate and do great work. So with that, let me kick it over to Jack Blackhurst, the Executive Director of the Air Force Research Laboratory. He's going to give you the full story.
Thanks, Dr. Roper. We're excited for this announcement and the ability to use AFWERX, now part of AFRL team, to add more fuel and really act as a catalyst for General Brown's and General Raymond's vision for digital space and Air Force. AFRL is one lab serving two services, and we're proud of our heritage of innovation. We're excited as we look to the future, better understand our adversaries, and ensure we stay ahead of the digital challenges. As you've indicated, Dayton is kind of the mecca of acquisition and the creativity of the future of the Air Force. We're very excited to make this announcement with you today in terms of the digital works here in Dayton, Digital Dayton, and we're looking forward to new opportunities to not only in the workforce and bringing digital, but in terms of our acquisitions as well. And so I'd like to introduce Matt Howard to basically just give you a quick synopsis of what we're doing in terms of the cyber COE and AFWERX. Over to you, Matt.
Thanks, Mr. Blackhurst. So the Dayton Digital Works announcement is an opportunity to increase the synergy between the cyber COE and AFWERX. Since the COE stood up over a year ago, we've continually innovated to support both cyber and AFWERX missions, and being co-located will only enhance and increase that collaboration and innovation. We are proud of our entire team, both our government and contractor personnel. They've been doing fantastic work over the last year plus, and we look forward to the digital future. We are working closely with our industry partners, Peerless Technologies and Mile 2. Their innovative approaches and support to the cyber CO mission have been invaluable and highlight the necessity of digital AI tools that are accelerating our contracting capabilities. I would like now to introduce President and CEO of Jobs Ohio, JP Nassif.
Thanks a lot, Matt and Dr. Roper. Jack, it's great to see you. We're very excited about this, and for the economic development world, it's been quite a week with the partnership between the Air Force, Ohio, and the Dayton region. So congratulations on the partnership with AFWERX and now with Dayton Digital Works. On behalf of our whole team at Jobs Ohio, Ohio's private economic development corporation, we're very proud to list Dayton amongst the AFWERX hubs across America. It's a testament to the great legacy and heritage and competitiveness of the Dayton region. And as the birthplace of aviation, we're excited about continuing the legacy into the digital realm. So thanks again for all of you. And now back over to the AFWERX team. Congratulations.
Thank you all for that opportunity. Looking forward to some near-term work as we bring on some of the local workforce, but also some great opportunities that the Air Force Research Laboratory is opening up for that distributed workforce, as well as we start thinking about digital differently, potentially thinking about different approaches eventually to airworthiness, something that's keenly important for us as we go into this discussion with Agility Prime and some of the future primes that we're looking at. And so speaking of those future primes, I'd like to transition back over to the moment we've all been waiting for. We had hundreds of hours put in this morning to talk about what will that next prime be. We've had a couple of Ask Me Anything. We've spent a lot of time talking about that future tech. And so now it is that moment after a year of working through this Agility Prime effort. What is that next prime, Dr. Roper?
Thanks, Vidoff. And before we talk primes, I just want to give a shout out to the SBIRS Center of Excellence team. They are picking up, moving to a higher gear to support this broadening AFWERX mission. And so the great work they've done in the past, I'm so excited that they're up for this new chapter and this new challenge. And we're excited to partner with Dayton and DigitalWorks to find that new gear. Now, the new prime, there are so many to pick from, and I want everyone to know this is a very difficult choice. And as a little additional teaser, we may have room to do more than one next year. But we've got to give you the one that we are committing to do. And after a lot of looking at your submissions, feedback from this Accelerate event, feedback on social media, the overwhelming focus was bringing the prime methodology into space. There are a lot of reasons why we should. Space has a lot of private commercial investment. There are new markets that are emerging, both for commercial reasons that could be helped by new warfighting missions being championed by the Space Force. Just as we've seen in Agility Prime, where our Air Force missions and our airworthiness process are unlocking a new electric vertical takeoff and landing market for the US. Our Space Force missions and our space worthiness processes have a chance to do the same for space. We don't know what we're going to call it, and we're going to take a little bit of time to determine what area of space technology we're going to focus. But space is the place for 2021 and our prime programs. So I can't wait to see what AFWERX and SpaceWorks are going to do to create the next revolution in commercial technology, but driven by military missions. And with that, Vidoff, let me kick it back over to you.
Dr. Roper, thanks so much. Very exciting to move into space with SpaceWorks this week. Thrilling to have a new deputy as part of AFWERX at SpaceWorks with Rock McMillan. We'll definitely look forward to his return from his deployment. And really a great week of being able to think a lot about technology. But as we go into the end of the year, we approach the holidays, it's a good opportunity to reflect a little bit and think back on the year. This has certainly been a tumultuous year. It has been a year where we really have seen great heroes stand up. We've seen great innovation. And so, Dr. Roper, we'd like to spend just a few minutes as we are closing out here to get some of your thoughts, not on technology. We've had some great discussions of technology this week, but a little bit of a shift in focus about those people who make that technology happen, the culture that drives that technology, the culture that you have been able to imbibe across so much of our air and space force. And so as we're transitioning over to that, there's the quote, Peter Drucker, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I just wanted to get your thoughts, from the beginnings when you were over at the Strategic Capabilities Office, certainly an innovative place, driving a different change, a change in culture there as you moved into the Air Force. Can you give us some examples where you saw culture have a really phenomenal ability to create change, to accelerate change, or maybe some of those cases where you had a perfect strategy and culture just wasn't quite there?
Thanks, Vidoff. And I like the quote. And you might extend it a little further and say culture eats strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's that important. And one lesson I've learned in my time in government, it takes a long time to build, but you can tear it down in a day if you mismanage. And so it is a sacred duty that we all have to manage the culture of creativity in our organizations and do everything we can to build it and avoid those candle snuffing effects. The thing I found at the Strategic Capabilities Office, which was completely focused on high-end warfare before we could even acknowledge that the department was returning to high-end warfare, was that processes are too myopic to cover wicked problems. they can only deal with a finite number of inputs and outputs, but wicked problems tend to have a multiplicity of variables that defy process-based solutions. I found that culture encouraged people to incubate in the mission, to understand those nuances, and it empowers them to bring their own assessment of the mission, their own creativity, to find solutions the process would never have found. You send them in one direction, that doesn't work, they naturally rebound and go a different, and you didn't have to tell them. And what I'm excited to say is that AFWERX is building the exact same culture. A lot of the original Planck owners that you've heard from this week, the Austin DeLormes, the Joey Auroras, the Steve Lauvers, the Chris Bensons, you know, they started when this was just an idea, and they've turned that idea into a positive outlook that the Air Force can be an innovation partner of choice. That's the culture. And that innovation partner of choice naturally opens our aperture to do whatever necessary to make our mission and our process easy to use for those that are outside of defense. And I see that same culture finding solutions the best Pentagon process could never derive. I'm excited to see the next chapter, Vidoff, and my charge to you as the AFWERX director is to tend that culture well and keep the candle snuffers out.
Fantastic advice. And that is a very important charge. Oh, I think one that we are excited about. As we bring in, you know, as you are aware, we're growing AFWERX. We're going to bring more people in. When we're doing that, we don't have an innovation career field in the Air Force. We don't necessarily have, in some cases, the career broadening opportunities to do this type of work. What do you see as our path for developing those innovators? How do we find those innovators as we're looking to grow AFWERX and scale up in this new approach to AFWERX?
It's a good question. Innovation is definitely a contact sport. So there's only so far you can train people. I think there's a lot to be said of learning it through doing it. So in many ways, coming to AFWERX is just as much innovation training as it is innovation practice. But I do think that there's a lot that we can do to help people understand the context in which their innovation occurs, the tech ecosystem we want to work with, how private investment works in it, how companies grow in it, what their targets are for commercialization, and how the military can help them. We don't train people to do this inside the military. We don't train them to be tech scouts. We don't train them to be investors. We're going to need to do that. And innovation can't be our end state. It really is a word that means almost nothing now in the Pentagon because it's used so frequently. We're trying to solve problems. Our problem is keeping our military competitive in an increasingly accelerating world where our adversaries have access to the same technology we do. That is a different problem than the Cold War. It's a wicked problem, but one we can solve if we equip people with the right culture to go do it. So there's no easy answer for it, but Vidoff, we do have to start by helping people understand the total ecosystem in which they work, not just the defense ecosystem in which they find themselves.
So besides those innovators that are out there as the hard chargers, one of the questions they often have, you know, not everyone is an innovator. In fact, there is this group referred to as the frozen middle layer. Any advice you have? I know you have probably run into that frozen middle layer a time or two. What's your approach to thaw that frozen middle layer?
It's a delicate question, Vidoff. An organization of all innovators, of all bulls and cows in the China shop, would not be a very effective organization long term. Not everyone can be a disruptor, and there is a real art of being an organizer, a person who makes the trains run on time. And if you're out there and consider yourself an innovator, then you should naturally find partnerships with those that know how to execute and organize. Both of your skill sets are going to be needed. Know that when you hit someone that you may think of as the frozen middle, your first instinct should be maybe they're not. The middle is a tough place to be. A lot of people work for you, but you work for a lot of people. You really have the least latitude to do anything because you are so locked in to reporting chains. And what you perceive of as frozen may simply be an inability to have latitude that's naturally given. But things you can do is bring energy and positivity, bring the why for what you do, and allow that person that is currently your impediment to be part of the solution. And I think a lot of times the Pentagon lacks good old-fashioned social engineering graces, which is just being a good neighbor and a good partner. So I recommend that you try that. I'm not saying that there is no such thing as frozen middle, but kind of like, it's kind of like old school theories of magic. Once you name it, you've given it power. I think if you pretend it's not there and work around it as if it isn't, you will find sometimes it really isn't. And it's worth beginning that way before you name it and potentially polarize that person to act as frozen middle because you've called them that.
That's fantastic advice there. A related note in terms of the folks that keep the trains running on time. This discussion, the balance of speed and discipline. What is been your approach for successful balance between those two? It's pretty easy. You know, I came into Air Force acquisitions, Air Force then, Air Force and Space Force now. I was very focused on speed, but I would always say speed with discipline. And I used the word when I came in celerity because there isn't a word that means speed with discipline in the English language to my knowledge. But celerity is an old-fashioned word that referred to the kind of swiftness that a horse has when it runs. And if you've ever been around horses, horses can run the distance. They're not running out of control. They have a stride that can be maintained over long races. And just as a fun physics fact, celerity is the reason we use the lowercase c for the speed of light, swiftness. So without the proper word in the English language, I adopted celerity to mean speed with discipline. And we all know that, if we've been an athlete, that there is a kind of speed you can control. And you have to have that instinct. I can give you guidelines for the level of discipline you need to be in control to go the distance. But just like the culture we talked about earlier, it's ultimately going to be a culture that understands and espouses that discipline as needed for the safe maintenance of speed. And although we can give guidelines, ultimately it's something that has to come from the innovators themselves. Those checks and balances to make sure they're not going so fast that they fall. And does that mean that they're not going to be failures and falls? There will. That's part of learning. It just means that over time, we build the right guardrails to make sure that we can run that race, go the distance, the same way a horse can in the Kentucky Derby. So on that same note of speed, we had investor panel at the beginning of the week talk about, again, on this theme of going from startup to scale up, and the speed that we might need to do that. There have been many organizations in the Department of Defense that, you know, in the end, weren't necessarily bringing value. This discussion that, you know, if we are not moving with the proper speed to deliver that hardware, deliver that software, then certainly AFWERX, our trust with industry certainly goes at risk. Our trust with Congress is at risk. Our trust with our airmen, with our space professionals at risk. Advice on moving forward with that speed in order to achieve that scale up in a timely manner. Scale is an important thing for everyone to hear online. It is the hardest thing in government. And because it tends to be skipped, which is why you can go back senior leader after senior leader and see the startups they created. Sometimes they're organizations, sometimes they're initiatives. They're as easy as the stroke of a pen on a memorandum, and boom, you've created something. And it's very easy to go from that memo to creating a few results, a few sparks of light that make for good talking points, that make for good PowerPoint slides. But that's the easy part. The hardest part is going from a spark generator to a huge roaring fire that can power the engines that this service needs to ultimately accelerate. That takes real work, real engineering,
real process and control that can stymie innovation if you're not careful. That is why scale is so hard, and why even great tech companies that pride themselves on innovation get the fear in them when they have to scale innovation. So we need to take the same reverential approach to scaling AFWERX. We can easily scale this up, but we will not do the Potemkin efforts of creating sparks and declaring victory. We will try to scale AFWERX to be the true investment arm of the Air Force and Space Force, to be the true innovation partner of choice. And to do that, we have to put skill sets and people in it far beyond those that got us through our startup phase. But that's the work that we owe future warfighters. So what I asked everyone watching is keep us honest as we scale up. Know that we are going to have growing pains. But this is the work we have to do to not be a flash in the pan. And I'm very confident, Vidoff, that you have the commitment of the Air Force leadership team to get this scale up right. And this is very rare for most leaders. All of Air Force leadership is waiting for you to tell us what we can do to make you and AFWERX even more successful in your second chapter than it was in the first.
Great. Well, I think I'll close on this, given the fact that we are in this virtual environment. As we've had, again, this tumultuous year of 2020 has created some opportunities for us. We launched Agility Prime in this platform back in April with an ability to reach in ways that we haven't before. As we get to the end of 2020, we still find ourselves in a situation where we are connecting now over Zoom. Can you tell us a little bit in closing, risk and reward of this approach, and what does this do to culture in the future?
It's the silver lining that I think we'll look back on with some fondness after all of the trials and tribulations of COVID-19 are past. And for everyone watching, I hope that you're well and that your families are well as we go into the holiday season. But what have we learned? We've learned that teams are not defined by geography. We've learned that conference rooms do not equate to collaboration. And AFWERX has been a shining example, being the front door of innovation to the nation, bringing non-traditional solutions in, not just for the Department of Defense, but for interagency health organizations. And how did we do that when we were socially distanced? Well, we did that by using virtual tools like the ones we're using now to learn that teams are actually built on shared mission and shared culture and the ability to collaborate, but that doesn't equate to proximity. So what I think changes going forward, that we will embrace tools like the ones that you've used on the Prime program this week to do virtual Post-it notes, virtual collaborations, virtual breakout sections, so people can be part of a community even if they're sitting in their living rooms. That's a lesson we need to take into 2021. And if we do that, the sum of our efforts becomes so much bigger than the space in our conference rooms. And I'm excited to see what 2021 will bring.
Well, Dr. Roper, thanks for your leadership, really your vision that you have provided for us with AFWERX. Thanks for getting us to this point where we're able to really get to this initial operation capability and prepare for 2021. Any final thoughts as we're closing this out now?
For everyone who's been connected with AFWERX in the past, I want to thank you. We would not be to this point without you. For everyone that's joining us for the first time, this is an exciting time to join. Flying cars, tech startups, and space something coming in future, hopefully a hyperdrive. It's an exciting time to be a part of this work because we are rebuilding government as a friendly innovation partner. Keep us honest in that endeavor, and we'll promise to make our mission something that you can understand in plain English. And if what I've seen the past almost 3 years is any indication, there is no limit to what we can achieve together. And what I'll do to end is kick it over to one of the biggest champions of Air Force and Space Force innovation, and one of the best bosses I could ever ask for, because she gives me complete freedom. And that's all you could ask for as an innovator, is to have a boss that says, what can I do to help you? So with no further ado, let me turn it over to Secretary Barbara Barrett for her closing remarks of this final segment of what has been a fantastic week.
Dr. Roper, it's a pleasure to participate in this inaugural AFWERX Accelerate event. Under your prescient leadership over the past 3 years, AFWERX has grown from a visionary startup to an innovative ecosystem. You're connecting ideas with solutions and empowering air and space professionals to think beyond today's reality. Across the U.S. Air and Space Forces, AFWERX and innovation signal calls to action. Yes, innovation is embedded in our culture and our DNA. And innovation is a force multiplier for partnerships fueled by small business, industry, interagency partners, and air and space professionals. Let me share how AFWERX is capitalizing on 3 sectors to promote innovation and deliver advanced technology directly to the field. First, the design starts with an idea. Spark creates opportunities for air and space professionals to show off their cutting-edge ideas. From there, AFWERX collaborates with private partners to turn that idea into a reality. And then Prime creates enduring programs from this new reality. First, Spark is providing unique platforms to inspire, cultivate, and network ideas from air and space professionals. U.S. Air and Space Force visionaries are accelerating innovation at 80 global Spark cells and with more than 20 Spark challenges. Let me share just 2 examples. Airmen and international partners training at Mountain Home Air Force Base participated in a recent Spark challenge featuring a creative new landing gear test. And at Travis Air Force Base's Spark cell, airmen demonstrated their entrepreneurial enthusiasm by using a 3D printing lab to create needed medical supplies. From 3D printed dental implants to space-based situational awareness capabilities and virtual reality enhanced pilot training, Spark cells have delivered solutions. Second is AFWERX. AFWERX is cultivating those cutting-edge ideas and collaborating with private partners to invest in military solutions. By harnessing non-traditional technology and leveraging commercial R&D, AFWERX is translating these ideas into applications. Since AFWERX inception, the Air Force has garnered nearly $2 billion in private funding from small business and industry that believe in the ideas of our air and space professionals. Looking ahead, through AFWERX, we are expanding strategic investment opportunities to co-invest with the private sector. Third, the final branch of AFWERX is Prime. Prime nurtures seeds of ideas into growing investments to harvest enduring capabilities. Prime was built around the concept of flying cars. In just a year, AFWERX partnered with 17 companies to rapidly field an affordable flying car. In the future, flying cars will deliver crucial supplies to our missile silos and aid in disaster relief and bolster base defense. A true success story, Agility Prime represents the essence of innovation, collaboration, and implementation. We leveraged $35 million in Air Force funding to secure well over $1 billion in private investment. This illustrates that industry is excited to be part of AFWERX culture and enthusiastic about advancing your ideas. Agility Prime, or the flying car, is only the beginning. We are designing 6 new Prime programs focused on energy, autonomy, supersonics, space, and microelectronics. As you've heard this week, AFWERX is leading the way in building a culture of innovation with Spark. It's transforming how we partner with the commercial sector through AFWERX, and it's building enduring programs with Prime. Today, I'm joined by 2 innovators, Master Sergeant Stephen Ansman, representing the Air Force, and Major Jason Lowry, representing the Space Force. who will share their innovation experiences. Major Lowry and Master Sergeant Ansman, you were identified as among the top innovators within the Air Force and Space Force. Let's begin the conversation by taking a moment to allow viewers to learn about your experiences. Would you tell us a bit about your career path and share a professional experience that helped you grow into the innovator that you are today? Major Lowry, please start us off.
Hi, ma'am. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. My name's Jason. I also go by J-Lo in some circles. I work for the 2nd Space Launch Squadron, so I'm under Space Force right now. I've been involved with the space community for the last 4 years about. So I started the Air Force as a developmental engineer. My first job was, I was pretty much a myth buster. So I worked at a AFRL, and our job was to blow things up and shoot things and then measure how good they are at stopping bullets and stopping explosions. So it was I pretty much peaked with my first job. My second job was even cooler. I worked for the National Air and Space Intelligence Center. So I got to help analyze technical intelligence and give that back out to the people who needed it. Then the Air Force gave me a master's degree in astronautical engineering. So I did that for 2 years. And then I got to work at the headquarters of what was the 14th Air Force, which was the numbered Air Force under Air Force Space Command. And that's when I really got my hands dirty with space. And I've stayed in the community ever since. So I worked there for a while. And like I said before, now I'm at the 2SLS.
Great, thank you. Master Sergeant.
Hello, everyone. I'm Master Sergeant Stephen Ansman. I joined the Air Force almost 14 years ago now. I'm a career enlisted aviator. My FSC is 1 Alpha 3, Airborne Mission System Specialist. I started out my career flying on the E3 AWACS as a computer display maintenance technician. And from there, I move on to a sensor operator on the MC-12 Whiskey. And I'm currently a C-32 C-40 comm system operator at Joint Base Andrews, flying DV airlift with the 1st Airlift Squadron. We fly, the top 5 customers are the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and the First Lady, and we also fly you, ma'am, as you well know. I recently also just became the very first senior enlisted leader for AFWERX, and I'm excited to get started with them. I have an undergrad in computer science and a master's in IT management, thanks to the Air Force Tuition Assistance. And I've always been fascinated by computers, how they work. I build them, and I think that's where my passion came from for flying and working on computers for the Air Force. I think my experience flying on all these different platforms gives me a unique perspective in the innovation process and specific challenges that are associated with what can be a very arduous process working with aircraft. Dealing with some of the comm challenges we've faced during COVID definitely taught me a lot about accelerating change and the uphill battle it can be sometimes.
I can imagine. Well, this AFWERX Accelerate event has been an opportunity to strengthen existing partnerships and forge new partnerships. So at Accelerate this week, we've had the chance to discuss the role of Spark, AFWERX, and Prime. From the perspective of your organizations, what are some examples of the programs that your teams are working on that are shaping the Air and the Space Force's ability to innovate? Let's begin, Master Sergeant Ansman, please.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So us being a DV airlift unit, we're inherently relying on our telework capabilities. So we were using a chat program called Slack, and it basically aided us in communicating anywhere in the world. And it really helped us to stay connected outside of VPNs, outside of government emails. But the real limitation with that was that it was non-secure. So we really needed to come up with some way to securely talk to each other outside of our government issued devices. So I started, just being the computer problem solver that I am, I started looking for a unit out there to private companies and trying to figure out what program would best suit our needs. So I started building my own servers, testing different programs to see if they would meet our secure needs. But nothing really struck our fancy. We were just barely on the cusp of beginning the process when COVID lockdown happened. And that's right when VPN stopped working, email was overloaded, and we still had a mission to do. We were looking down the barrel of an election season. DVs need to move around, and we had no way to communicate. We were down to just making phone calls. And like Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Well, COVID punched us square in the mouth. Suddenly, we needed to field this new solution. We discovered this Mattermost, Platform One. They had exactly what we were looking for in a chat platform. The mission didn't stop. We had to coordinate missions for the vice president to fly to the other side of the world from my living room couch on my own personal laptop. And all the while I had to do it securely. So by adopting Mattermost to Platform One and rolling it out to our entire wing, we fundamentally changed how we do business in our unit. The way we designed it is a completely flat communication structure. I call it the digital wing or the digital Air Force wing. Every commander, every chief, every office has a public facing chat room where anyone in the unit can pop into that chat room, ask a question, drop a document, find an answer, and then leave if they need to. We now have over 1,000 active users just in my unit. And as of today, we've crossed over 280,000 messages sent. So that's potentially thousands of unneeded emails. We've pretty much eliminated emails. We still rarely send 1 or 2 emails, but for the most part, 95% of our business happens now on Mattermost. And excitingly, more and more units every single day are jumping on Mattermost and really finding the value that is there. So some of the challenges that we faced getting here was dealing with that frozen middle, that organizational resistance to change. Those middle management folks who don't like change, that say, well, if it's not broken, don't fix it. This is the way we've always done it. I think we overcame this by, we started a grassroots movement. We started at the bottom. We did one-on-one discussions with people. We did demos, and we really had to explain the why behind what we were trying to do. The real key to the success was my leadership. My leadership, their trust in me. They gave me a platform to innovate and drive the change. They spoke highly of what I was trying to accomplish, and it really allowed me to make mistakes and learn from it. I'm extremely grateful for that.
That's very cool. Sounds to me they put their trust and confidence in the right person. So thank you very much. A very exciting project that you worked on and an important outcome. So Major Lowry, can you bring us up to date on your thoughts there?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the way that we're shaping innovation into the Space Force, we actually really have a great opportunity right now, which is we can bake it in from the start. We're a week or 2 away from our first birthday. And so this has been one of the main talking points the whole year. You see leaders like General Raymond, both General Thompson's, General Whiting really pushing for the need to make our organizations lean, agile, and innovative, and actually asking those questions of what does that actually mean? Like, how would we bake that into the organizational structure of the Space Force from the start? And so I've got to be part of conversations with our Chief Technology Innovation Office, with General Kreider and with that team to ask these questions and to look into those solutions. And so I think, from big picture perspective, that's the most attractive problem set that I've seen in my career. And then in terms of like exact examples, so when I was at 14th Air Force, I was a requirements lead for the operators. So I would report what the operators needed up to the MATCHCOM to tell the program office and kind of worked with that. So what that did was give me a really good kind of like bird's eye view of all the different program offices, but also the different kind of independent development efforts that may not be franchised by a dedicated program office. And what that allowed me to do was actually see them both at the same time. So I would go from one meeting with the franchise program of record, what they're doing, and then go to another meeting with a bunch of disenfranchised, innovative, kind of misfits tinkering around with something in the laboratory, and kind of see them both grow. And so what really made me click and, I guess made me turn into like this guy that's obsessed with like innovation is it was very impressive to watch those disenfranchised independent developers in some cases outperform the program of record. And then that's when I knew that there was something special going on. And that's when I started digging in and learning, more about AFWERX and more about Dr. Roper and his master ideas.
That's great. You prove the idea is valid and make us all better in the process. So one of the great beauties of AFWERX is the organization's ability to help bridge the gap between the emerging commercial tech industry and the government. It also helps to identify and support innovative ideas emerging from within our own governmental entities, our units. I'm curious about what your experience has been with AFWERX. Is there anything that you've learned about the innovation value stream along the way? Major Lowry, what are your thoughts?
So there's this thing, and it's called the teleological fallacy. And what that means is that a teleological fallacy happens when people think that just because something serves a given purpose today, it must mean that it was intended or intelligently designed to serve that purpose. So, for example, I have 2 ears and a nose, which make it super easy to wear these glasses. Therefore, it must be true that the reason why I have ears and a nose is for the purpose of wearing glasses, right? But that's ridiculous, right? Obviously, the reason why I have ears is to hear, and the reason why I have a nose is to smell. But if we look at a different example, so a different example, one that's popular in the Space Force. In addition to offering precision navigation, the Space Force GPS constellation delivers perfectly synchronized atomic level precision timing to virtually all digital networks, making it one of the single most beneficial public resources ever created. And so it follows then that therefore it must be true that the reason why we develop GPS is because of the precision timing and navigation that it offers to the public, right? But in fact, that's not why, right? If you go back and you study the history of GPS and what eventually got it funded for the research was because we needed a way to effectively nuke Moscow with submarine launched ballistic missiles. So the main reason why we developed the GPS was so we could display a credible threat of second strike and therefore mutually assure the destruction of the Soviet Union during the Cold War, which was what we needed to stabilize. And so that all being said, there were still a lot of innovative minds out there. There were people who were measuring the Doppler effect off of Sputnik as soon as it was launched. There were people looking into the time distance of arrival calculations and advocating for well over a decade that if we were to just fund this, if we were to research and develop the development of a GPS constellation, the precision navigation and timing effects would be enormously beneficial. But those innovative thinkers were not the ones that ended up getting the funding, right? That value proposition wasn't considered worth the investment. It was only until we couldn't guarantee second strike where we actually started to get the money. And it was only after we developed GPS that everyone became very aware of the enormous benefits of precision navigation and timing beyond just second strike of submarine launched ballistic missiles. And so the reason why I bring that up is because the teleological fallacy can be harmful because it displays an ignorance of how technology works, how it evolves, how it self-organizes over time through a very messy, disorganized, and redundant and inefficient, but organic process of continual learning and discovery and ideas doing battle with each other. And then we also may have a tendency to kind of make ourselves more gullible to the teleological fallacy through our traditional way of acquisitions, which still says that everything is planned and predicted up front and requirements are built up front, and then we go through a serial stage-gated process to build the thing. And so my theory is this: AFWERX exposes the teleological fallacy, and it highlights that it does require a little bit of messiness, right? So AFWERX is our best hope at exposing all of the good ideas out there, seeding, accelerating that messy process of continual learning and discovery, and to do what it takes for our technology to kind of evolve and self-assemble into what we need to win the future of armed conflict. And so that's why I feel so strongly about AFWERX.
That's great. What a great story. So, Master Sergeant Ansman, would you follow that?
Yes, ma'am. So my entire experience with AFWERX so far, up until recently, has been on the receiving end of all the great work and ideas and solutions that have been fielded by AFWERX and the Space Force as well. Without Airman Coders, DoD Platform One, and other projects that are up and coming like Puckboard, it's hard to imagine where my unit would be today post-election if we had not had the help of some of these teams. So I'm eternally grateful for them and their very hard work. It's great to learn that AFWERX is out there as a platform for innovators like myself. They're facing the same challenges. Some of us have the same problems that we may not know that each other are working separately towards the same goal. So if we can collaborate and bring our solutions together, I think we can really innovate and solve some of these new and complex problems. I'm really excited at the prospect of future innovation with AFWERX, and the real value that it brings in making us a more effective and lethal force by giving innovators like myself the means and the support to innovate and accelerate change.
That's great. Thank you. So now, as we prepare to close, let's talk directly to the next generation of leaders. Let's talk especially to those students and the youth who are listening today. Do you have anything to say that would inspire a generation of future innovators, those that are going to walk in your footsteps? Master Sergeant Ansman.
Absolutely. Every one of us plays a role in innovation. General Brown charged us all with accelerating change. And as you know, around 80% or more of the Air Force is enlisted. So it's really up to these young A1Cs, senior airmen, staff sergeants who bring these fresh ideas and perspectives to the table to drive the change, help us win the next high-end fight. Remember, innovation isn't just a good idea. It's a mindset, a way of thinking that just because something works right now doesn't mean it can't be better. Finally, to all the leaders out there, don't be a barrier to change or a part of that frozen middle. Be open to change, trust your people, allow them to take risks, be innovative, let them fail, and let them grow from it. Without your support, the spark of innovation, that gut feeling that there's got to be a better way to going about and doing this, that all these young airmen have, it'll likely burn out and be lost without support from you.
Well said. Let's hear from Major Lowry.
Obviously, when you join the military, and especially like as an engineer, you get to see some bleeding edge technology, sometimes behind closed doors that the public doesn't get to see. And that alone is just very cool. But what's less talked about, and something that I always like to do with any new airman that comes in, is I'll take them to some of our most important ops centers and I'll sit them down at a computer and I'll show them that, there's this weird like device with like a rolly ball in the middle, and they'll ask, what is that? And I'll say, this computer that we use for operations was invented before the mouse was invented, right? So we still use these things. And so I guess it's twofold. One is you get to see all the great tech, but two, there are ripe targets of opportunity for problem solving and so many great ways that you can do good within the military. And so we need you, and we would benefit greatly by having you. And then the last thing I would say for people who are kind of like maybe like brand new to the military, especially with AFWERX, I mean, they have proven it over time and time again. Dr. Roper, I joke locally here that Dr. Roper is like that uncle that you never get to like meet, but he always finds a way to send you money during Christmas or during your birthday, right? If you have these ideas, AFWERX and Uncle Roper will seed them. He has done it multiple times for me just alone and for my friends. So to everyone out there, I would just say, come on in. It's going to be a great time.
Thank you both for discussing the critical work being done by AFWERX and the important role that innovation plays in the future of the air and space forces. So let's close out our session by sharing any concluding thoughts that you might like to leave with the viewers. Thanks. Let's start with Major Lowry.
I would say innovation always usually looks like it doesn't provide a lot of value in the beginning, right? People kind of tend to kind of discredit it, right? It starts off messy, it starts off inefficient, it starts off not better than what exists now. And you can trace back to pretty much every example of any type of technology that disrupted military, whether it be airplanes or tanks or SATCOM or nukes. And at those times, the people who were in positions of authority within the United States frequently discredited those technologies as they were emerging because they just didn't see the end game as well. They couldn't see how these would all combine into what became the future tech stack. And so I guess I would just say to everyone listening and to anyone who has kind of experienced this struggle or doubt where you wonder if what you're doing is going to be meaningful to people, especially when it comes to some type of technology that you're trying to support or an idea that you have, is to not give up, because it always starts off that way. And for every success I have had, I've had people in the middle telling me that this was a dumb idea. So that's just like the entry condition and the burden that we as early adopters must bear.
That's great advice. So Master Sergeant Ansman.
Major Lowry had a great point there. There's definitely been struggles along the way. It's been a nonstop uphill battle, but in the long run, it really has been worth it. All the innovation stuff that we've done. And I just want to thank everyone for joining us. This has been a great opportunity to share my story of success and innovation. It's great to see so many people, whether active duty or military or civilians and industry partners, all here with the same goal in mind to drive innovation and support our critical mission in defense of our nation. And I thank you, Secretary Barrett, and thank you to the AFWERX team that put this together.
That's great. Thanks so very much, gentlemen. We appreciate both your leadership among the AFWERX team and your time sharing with the discussion today. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
Take care.
Secretary Barrett, thank you so much for those kind words. Thank you for spending the time with our innovators across our Air Force and across our Space Force. So many thanks for the great things that we have been able to accomplish here in this week with AFWERX Accelerate. You might have seen a lot happening on your screen. What you have not seen are all those things happening behind the screen. And so what I would like to do right now is call the full team on that has made this come together this week. I don't know, how can for our production team, are you there? Can you pull it up?
Josh and Isaac, great job this week for orchestrating the wizardry. Those are the guys in that top left corner with all the screens behind them. Thank you, gentlemen. And everybody else here for coordinating. Really a spectacular event with 178 speakers organized across 25 hours. Pretty spectacular. And Colonel Diller, thank you for leading AFWERX through this and bringing it out to the world, and this whole team here to support you and the mission that was so eloquently shared by Dr. Roper a few minutes ago.
Heroic effort by all of you on. Thanks for the work that you put in this week and the many weeks leading up to this. A lot of late nights, but I think overall really exciting opportunities that we were able to communicate to this growing group of partners, to this AFWERX as we transform into a new shape for the future. So thank you. We'll spend just a couple of quick minutes going through a little bit of a recap, and making sure that you are ready for 2021. So if I can get, we'll bring up Jason Ratchie, and we've got John Tikel, and walk just very briefly through. So very soon we're going into the holidays, all of the fantastic things that happen with that, family, food, friends. What we want you to do is be ready when you come back to jump right in with AFWERX. So we'll spend just a couple of minutes going through some of those things, and then a thank you to all of you who continue to be great partners with us here in AFWERX. So we'll start first as we go through just very briefly our Spark year in review, over 30 Spark cells that we've added over the course of this year, and being able to have those teams there for each of the MAGCOMs, being able to very quickly create those across the different hubs that are out there. We've got a new SpaceWorks hub. We have a new Dayton hub, a new hub in Silicon Valley, taking those opportunities for development, the AFWERX Fellowship, the Ignite Fellowship that we have running right now, the ROTC internships that we have, over 70 ROTC interns that we've had over the course of the year join us, and now part of that overall AFWERX alumni. So we appreciate their partnership as we've gone through and have continued to broaden everything that AFWERX can do. As we go into the next year with Spark, looking to, the challenges, over 21 challenges, the COVID response, being able to mobilize those groups, increasing the Spark tank participation radically over the course of this last year, almost a 10-fold increase in what we've done with the Spark tanks. So exciting times that have happened with being able to bring these new innovators across our Spark. Really a fantastic growth in that capability, and looking forward over this next year. If you remember, any of you, again, that are online with us that are interested in joining, we still have, and we'll continue to have, the buttons at the bottom for you to apply either as a permanent employee of AFWERX or potentially as one of our fellows. Come try before you buy. Spend that 4 months or so with us in AFWERX, likely a remote location for some time. Maybe we'll get to a point where we are able to actually welcome you to some of our locations, maybe some of the new locations that we launched today and through the week. So I think there's an exciting opportunity there, depending on where you are. If you're looking to see how we are doing innovation in the Air Force, now is that opportunity. And Spark has been there to really help us drive that. As we make the transition over into the new year, looking for the opportunity to create a Spark cell at every base. If your base doesn't necessarily have a Spark cell yet, and you're looking to unite those innovators at your location to solve the problems there at your base, reach out to us. Let us help you build that community there at your base, help you leverage the great tools that we have in AFWERX in order to make you successful, starting first at that local base level. Eventually, potentially you want to grow that into one of these larger. Maybe you're someone that has that next prime idea as we go to design those primes into the future. Those Spark cells are where that starts. And then finally, developing those entrepreneurs, the AFWERX Fellowship that you see, defense fellows at the base level. We're doing an AFIT faculty immersion that will be starting over this next summer. And then the educational materials that are out there. Finally, for the empowered innovators, expanding virtual collaboration tools, the AFRL engineers being embedded as part of our Spark cells, and eventually being able to PCS our innovators. That's that permanent change of station for our innovators, making sure, again, that we can scale, moving over the course of this adventure in innovation to be able to bring you on as one of our new partners here as AFWERX. So with that quick walk through Spark, I will actually share my screen now. Sorry about that. a quick walk through Spark there. What are the next opportunities that we have going forward into this new year, not just with Spark, but moving over to Prime? Wasp?
Hey, sir, and hey, everyone that's been able to hang on to this Friday afternoon. Still want to give you a 2020 in review and a quick update of what's going to happen here in 2021. So we have our air race and SITR contracts that we've discussed. We've awarded over 150 million and 38.5 million in SITR. So we're really excited about executing on all of those contracts. We have airworthiness, where we got the approval for the plan for the eVTOL platforms. And we have 3 companies pursuing those military flight releases. And then lastly, for this year, big accomplishment in setting up an ecosystem for Agility Prime, over 350 unique companies. And then walking through all of those with 17 different webinars and an ecosystem tour. Big line item at the bottom there, opened a new aviation market in less than a year where we do have companies generating revenue off of eVTOL aircraft. Next is looking forward to 2021. We want to announce the class of 2021 for Agility Prime. That means we are extending the innovation capability, opening the ICO air race into 2021. So if you have a flying vehicle, eVTOL aircraft, by the December of 2021, you're going to be able to participate in the air race. So that's exciting news for everyone developing aircraft that are going to fly in this upcoming year. And then in flight, we are pursuing more airworthiness, launching test campaigns across the bases, and establishing training and sustainment roadmaps. And then lastly, we're going to apply these Agility Prime principles to new tech in all of the cool workshops that you were able to participate in today. So we're going to launch that Prime next. Thanks, sir. Back to you.
All right, and moving over finally to Ventures.
Hey, sir. Hey, everyone. Excited to close out this week with a look forward for Ventures. You know, we went over this a bit on Tuesday, but our 2020 in review was really focused on what has our ROI been. We've really separated that into 2 categories: how we've leveraged commercial, being able to raise $2.2 billion for the companies that we've contracted and started to work with, as well as deliver capabilities. And the companies that have come into the Ventures portfolio have since gone on to win $1.4 billion in total for follow-on DoD contracts. So exciting ROI there. $5.60 for every dollar invested through the AFWERX open topic process. We've also been able to move pretty quickly. We've had some ups and downs with COVID. We had to move to a virtual environment, and you heard from our contracting and finance experts on Tuesday. They were able to take that in stride and hit on average 72 days from solicitation close to contract award this past year. With under 6 months for companies who've been on contract to reach commercialization. So faster in contract, faster contract award, faster in transition. So exciting results from 2020. Looking forward to the next slide. We're looking to move faster. So as I said, although we averaged 72 days this last year, we certainly had moved longer in some instances than we would have liked. And for us, having a repeatable, reliable, robust schedule is critically important. The team has spent a lot of time over these past few months figuring out how to operate at scale, evaluating nearly 4,000 proposals every 4 months across the department, and doing it at a pace that is both quick and reliable. And that's our target this year, just go from 72 days on average to 60 days on a reliable, steady state schedule. So a smaller average and a smaller standard distribution around that average. Next is increasing flexibility and scale in our investment. So expanding our Strat 5 program to include TAC-FI, a tactical option, going from a 6-month down select process that focused only on strategic efforts to being able to do additional investments for tactical level needs as well, and using rolling submissions. So hopefully you've been checking out our draft Strat-FI, TAC-FI supplemental funding program, pilot program, instructions that are on our website. You've been doing an incredible job providing us feedback. That's an exciting new opportunity in this coming year to allow us for flexible full-scale investment. And lastly, our projections into new financial instruments. We're moving to be all-encompassing when we think about investment, past our procurement-based vehicles, past our R&D-based vehicles, to looking towards other options like debt lending, things that we started working on the COVID task force that we're extremely interested in pursuing in coordination with the department's renewed focus and these types of financial instruments and how they help the industrial base grow. So this next year, we're establishing the AFWERX Strategic Investment Team, which is extremely exciting. And as Colonel Diller said, we are very interested in hiring. So please go to the site at the bottom of the AFWERX.com webpage and go ahead and submit your name and application if you're interested in working with us in 2021. Over to you, sir.
Super. All right. Thank you all for joining us for this week. As you've seen, great strides that have been made, great partnerships that have been made this week. We appreciate you teaming with us with the technology, with the talent, and the transitions that we're going forward into 2021. We hope that you have a safe and prosperous 2021 and looking forward to partnering in that future. Thank you and have a good night.